And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were using
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, the DAN, the educated man, always deep diving deep into the abyss. Boy, did I screw that one up. Today's date is Friday, January 12th, in the year of our Lord, 2024. Yes, it is 2024. Happy New Year, everybody. I hope you got your fireworks going. I hope you got nice and drunk. I hope that you made some New Year's resolutions to become even more awakened than you were the previous day, in the previous year, in the previous lifetime. Today's guest is John Kerwin. John Kerwin has served in full and part-time ministry as a worship leader and pastor for over 30 years. He is the founder of Wake Up or Else PMA, a 508 online Christian fellowship for the truther community with over 6,800 subscribers and over 500,000 views. Wow. Wake Up or Else PMA has provided insight into the truther's journey since 2017. That's a good 7 years ago. Not bad. Amazing how time flies. You know, we look at 2017, 2018, and we think of that like it was yesterday, but it was over half a decade ago. Also, remember to hop on to endofdaysradio.com where you can get an updated guest list. You can grab my email. That email is danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. Once again, that's danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. You can email me if you have a guest suggestion, if you'd like to appear on the show, if you would like me to appear on your show, which I love doing, always love to cross promote, or if you have criticisms, complaints, ideas, whatever, just let me hear it. I love feedback. I love that feedback. Also, don't forget to donate to End of Days Radio. Go to endofdaysradio.com and click donate. And thank you to everybody out there that has donated in the past. You make this show possible. You help me keep the lights on, help me keep the servers up, help me stay fed. I should lose weight. I should get really just meth skinny. And then I'll come here and say, I'm so hungry, guys. You need to donate. Also, stay tuned for after our guest when we do our second half. We have Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, followed up by our mind-blowing moment of the day. Then we'll talk some news. We have some different topics to discuss. And finally, we'll end things with our sports segment. But let's stop wasting the day. We do have a great guest to bring on. So let's go ahead and bring him on.
Right.
Hello, John.
Daniel.
Hello. You look great.
Yeah, man. Good to see you as well. Good to be here.
To see you. Thank you for being on camera.
No problem, man.
Love when people come on camera. It just makes everything so much better.
Oh, for sure. I even got a background.
You're not scared of people seeing you.
They already know where I am anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly. That's my mentality. That's my mentality. They have all this technology.
Right.
Like, how am I going to hide just because I don't show my face on here?
Right. I mean, I got proton mail because it's cryptid, but I'm trying to live in the private. That's what my PMA is. It's a private ministerial association. So it's another rabbit hole, but basically, we're going up against an intractable enemy if you're trying to fight tyranny. So you only can do what you can do.
I agree. So, John, this may seem a little cliche, but hey, I can be a little cliche sometimes. I want to know more about you. Let's go to the beginning. Where did you grow up, and did you grow up religious? Did you have any big moments that kind of opened your eyes to the world not being quite how it seems?
Growing up, no, I didn't grow up religious. Both my parents were raging alcoholics. And then, I was 3. I thought it was 4, but the lady behind us had a birthday party and didn't invite me because I was so wild. And then I had 2 older brothers. So I quit smoking 3 times by the time I was 12. I had my first cigarette when I was 4. So no religion. Childhood was a minefield, severe sexual abuse, all kinds of crazy stuff. So when I was 23, I got radically born again. Ended up in the ministry for like 10 years, full-time and part-time, 20 years. So I'm coming from a biblical worldview. And when I was about 2017, I was day trading. And I found out the Federal Reserve wasn't federal. So prior to that, I was just like everybody else, just doing life. Normie, unconvinced, whatever you call it, just not questioning the official narrative at all. And then I found out the Federal Reserve wasn't federal, and that was my entry point into the rabbit hole.
I had a little bit of a similar experience. I hate to admit it, but my awakening process started similarly, but I was watching Alex Jones. People probably would laugh at me for that now, but any thoughts or opinions on him? Did you get into him early on or anything like that, like the typical stuff?
Around that time, I was listening to Rush Limbaugh, and so he was at the geopolitical level. And then I found Alex Jones, and listened to Alex a lot, because he took it up to give you a broader perspective, where he was including discussion about what's behind the politicians is the banks and the people that run the banks, the globalists, he calls them. And then you start learning about the 13 families and, just higher level stuff that is really behind what you're seeing. And I listen to Alex still. I don't care if Alex is a shill or if he's holding back on different stuff, because, he's got a staff of journalists, and a lot of the guests that he has and a lot of information that he gives is still valid. The way I describe it is, if the devil came to me and told me the sky is blue, would I then not believe it, that the sky is blue because the devil told me? No, it's good information. So if I only listen to people that perfectly align with my worldview and my beliefs, then all I'm going to be doing is listening to myself.
That is a very good point. I think that you make, once again, you make a good point. If Alex Jones is a shill or if he is disinformation, a lot can be learned from disinformation, especially if you combine it with other sources and use your own discernment. Sometimes you can only find certain information through disinfo because these guys, if they are part of it, then they would have access to things that we don't. And
Yeah.
I think that's something that has happened quite a few times with Alex. I'm sure they throw some things out there to kind of swerve us, but at the same time, he's also where I learned about the whole Bohemian Grove thing and the whole Luciferian thing.
Well, you and I are getting censored. We are experiencing persecution. So just getting persecuted doesn't equate to being a shill. So the power structure does seem to attack anybody that challenges the official narrative. Now, as you go up higher in the food chain, of course, the people at the highest levels, all those positions are sealed off unless you're in the club. You've got to be a blood-drinking Luciferian mobster to get in. However, that doesn't mean that there aren't people in the power structure that have a soul and are fighting for freedom. The question is, are they going to win or not? It doesn't seem like they ever do. So a lot of us have become pretty fatalistic.
Well, that brings up another interesting question, another interesting person. I've wrestled with this particular topic quite a bit myself, and I'm just going to go ahead and throw it out there. Donald Trump, could he be one of these people that are part of the structure, but somehow through some means he actually has a good heart, or he's actually trying to really help things?
It's funny you mentioned. I just did an interview, I just got off it with William Ramsey, and we covered this in some detail. So, my experience, because I'm a content creator, my YouTube channel is Wake Up or Else, and I interact with a lot of people, and there seems to be excuse me, I got to sneeze. Excuse me.
Bless you.
There is a narrative that I have seen in this truther community where everybody's a shill is what I call it. And so if you look at Donald Trump, he doesn't really fit the profile necessarily of a shill. In other words, the amount of attacks that he had and all the good things that he did make it more rational to me, like he's more of a faction. In other words, there's different factions of deep state or, central planners, the Illuminati, the elite, whoever's running things. You got like the Russian mob, you got the Chinese deep state. There's the Rockefeller, Bush, Clinton, Obama dynasty. You got the P3 Masons, the White Dragons in the Orient. And all these guys are all kind of the same, dudes. They're all vying to rule the world and everything, but they're not singing Kumbaya. So to me, it makes more sense that Trump came in as a guy that actually maybe wasn't totally compromised. I think he was maybe very naive, but the things he did, if he's a shill from the beginning, then you're asking me to believe that all the good things that he did were all staged. They allowed all that just to get us to believe in him for, whatever reason. I think that's irrational. I think what's more rational is he's maybe got in and then got co-opted, or he got compromised. Or, like Benjamin Fulford says, that he has strong intel that he was moved into a military base after they stole the election. Him and his family were going to get assassinated, so they whisked him away. And what you're actually seeing is a body double. So that makes more sense to me than the Trump that we're seeing now is the real Trump.
Well, we do know that these body doubles are real. I mean, a lot of us have seen the 3 to 5 different Hillarys, the 3 to 5 different Saddam Husseins. it's definitely something that they're doing, and it's an effective way to not get killed.
No doubt. And I don't really understand what the methodology is behind I think they basically, the real people come in, and if they get out of line, I just saw Jack Black admit that in an interview. He said he was talking about the Illuminati in this interview, and they said if you get out of line, they'll kill you and put a clone in. That's what he said.
Years ago, that would have been like laughable to me, but here I am, and I happen to believe the same thing. And if they don't replace them, they at least beat the crap out of them. That's why we see some of these famous people show up with the black eyes.
Yeah, the one eye, right? I see that. A bunch of them have that.
I know Kesha, I hope I'm saying her name right, that that young woman that was a part of that satanic party music video, and she went on social media, she said, no, they made me do it, I don't want any part of that, they forced me to. And then all of a sudden her tweets disappear. I think it was Cardi B who also had a similar thing happen. She came out about all this Illuminati stuff, and then suddenly it all disappeared the next day. They do punish those that step out of line, and we don't even know how severely they may be killing them. They may be killing family members. It's some dark stuff.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, right now, I don't see us going on for another decade. Like the way things are now, I don't see us getting through 2024. And I've said that in the past, but it's nothing like now. And so, I don't really have a super amount of hope that what we're going to experience is a renaissance of prosperity all of a sudden. But, and I'm not saying I believe this, but there is a white hat narrative out there, which goes something like this, that Trump was whisked away. He does, he is in control of the military. The military is with him, and they're allowing the evil Democrat rulers to show how evil and corrupt they are, opening the borders and all this crazy stuff to get about 70% of the population on board that they're totally corrupt, at which point the military will come in and you'll see mass arrests and that whole Q scenario. And I'm not saying I believe it, okay? So don't call me naive. I'm just saying that is a narrative that is out there. And basically all I'm saying is, if it is true, I think we'll probably find out this year, because either it's going to flip one way or the other. I mean, they're going to clamp the New World Order shut on our necks this year, probably. Or not.
What about the events that transpired on January 6th? Was this possibly some type of psyop made to either trap people that are on the right, or perhaps to send a scare into people that might think about protesting or fighting what's coming?
Yeah. I think that they want civil war. They want us to break out into violence, because then they have a reason to really, do mass arrests and clamp down. But that definitely put a fear into a lot of people. I mean, Joe Biggs got 16 years. He wouldn't even go in the White House. He didn't go in the building. He was outside, and they gave him 16 years because he's an activist. He was on Alex Jones a lot and stuff. But these people have been in there for 3 years now, I think, and a lot of them are in solitary. There's a lot of evidence to support that they're being tortured. Which
That's
is
disturbing.
It's super mind-boggling. So we're out of control. I mean, the velvet glove of tyranny has come off, and they're not even trying to pretend anymore.
Yeah, I found it disturbing that the punishments for those that were protesting around the same time on the left, they're released instantly or after 30 days at the most. Yet anybody involved with the so-called insurrection, you're in there for 15 years. You got life. You're disgraced. You're a traitor to our country.
Yeah.
People seem to have a hard time seeing hypocrisy nowadays.
Yeah, it's pretty in your face. So what are you going to do? You got to decide how you're going to respond to tyranny. You know, there's only a couple of options. You're either going to take the Gandhi route, which, you know, passive resistance. You're not going to participate in it, but you're not really going to do anything kinetic to stop it, right? Then there's the total pacifists who just want to go off into the hills and you know, survival. So they're preppers. But then there's, you know, the idea of engaging the enemy. So that one, I did a lot of research on for the book, the Conspiracy Theorist Survival Guide. You know, what's the proper response to tyranny? Well, I think that a lot of people got in touch with a sense of destiny that, you know, some men are born to greatness, others have it thrust upon them. So this is your hour of visitation. It's time to step up, put on the big boy pants, get in the game.
Speaking of prepping, I've kind of been curious about it, you know, trying to get into it myself. Only thing stopping me is, you know, that initial amount of funds that you really need to, you know, buy yourself a plot of land out in the middle of nowhere. But is this the way? Is this something that we should, those who have eyes to see, is this something that we should all be thinking about and we should all be doing? What are your complete thoughts on prepping in general?
Sure. I mean, of course, why not? Why not? If you see that coming on the horizon and you can, you know, allocate resources to it. You know, I'm coming from a biblical worldview, so I don't see the disciples really investing a lot into self-preservation. I mean, 11 of them were martyred, and then the 12th one was marooned on an island. So it doesn't go well for you if you follow Christ, right? But that's the package. But neither were they all like involved in going down to the city council meetings. They weren't politically active. They weren't social warriors. They did turn the cities upside down, but they didn't do it as a political thing. It was all about a God thing. And so based on that, you know, I don't really, I'm an activist because I'm in the legal education movement. So we're learning how to, you know, remove ourselves from the corporate fraud. All the cities, the states, counties are all companies, you know, it's all a hoax. But as far as prepping, you know, get some food. I got a 50-gallon thing of water because, you know, my story is my wife divorced me after 24 years because of all this stuff. She didn't want to be married to a truther anymore, and it's very common. We drive them crazy because they just want their happy life and they don't want to talk or think about this stuff. It's all bad news, you know. So they're like, shut up. And, you know, if you're a truther, you woke up in the Truman Show, you're kind of set off, man. It's like, no, this is like important, you know. It's like your whole world. So did she just
get tired of hearing you talk about it? Was she in disagreement over its validity? Why did she do something so drastic as to leave you for just having these, you know, these beliefs that I myself find true?
Well, I mean, I cover that in the book. You know, the book talks about, it's two parts. The first part is inside the mind of the unconvinced, or inside the mind of the unconvinced, right? And the other section is inside the mind of truthers. So why do normies attack? Why don't they want to see? Because basically there's two groups of people. There's the unconvinced, or normies, and their primary characteristic is they don't know and they don't want to know. They don't want to know. Well, why wouldn't you want to know if you're being lied to? Because they want their happy life. They have a tractor running on, and all this stuff that we traffic in is a buzzkill. That's what you are if you're a truther. You're just a buzzkill, man. You're a downer. You're Debbie Downer. So just shut up and go bowling, you know? Why aren't you working on the landscaping? What, you know? And in the meantime, you know, if you've ever watched the Truman Show, the guy wakes up, he's in a TV studio, he's in a reality show, and he starts seeing stuff, he figures it out. Well, imagine if in the movie, after realizing he's in a TV show, if he just goes, oh, what difference does it make? I still got to go to work, don't I? I mean, that'd be unthinkable.
I still have to go to work.
That's what they always say.
Yeah, as if the whole everything and all things, the universe is just encompassed in the fact that I got to go to my 9 to 5 on Monday. Right. That's something I'm not looking forward to, but I suppose we all have to keep contributing to the Rothschild financial kingdom that they set up, back in the days. Would you say we're all slaves, John?
Not only are we slaves, but they've devised this plan where we love our slavery. We're slaves and we love our slavery. So, you'll see people walking down the street by themselves wearing a mask. They love their slavery. It's really incredible.
How about this stuff that you've been talking about the Mandela Effect? It seems like you have a unique take on this topic. Can we get into that a little bit, maybe?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's my lane. I've been doing that for about 7 years. That's primarily what I... Hey, Overprotected. Good to see you.
We can know each other.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, wow. 6 degrees of separation. Sherry's a good friend of mine. Or Bella.
Oh, that's so great. So the Mandela Effect is one of those really exotic rabbit holes because it's sort of a magical one. It's metaphysical. The claim is that there's all these people that are suddenly reporting that things that are vivid memories that they have no longer exist as they remember them. And like mirror, mirror on the wall never existed. It was always magic mirror. And the Monopoly guy never had a monocle. And Smokey the Bear was always Smokey Bear. Cliff Notes was always Cliff's Notes. Chuck E. Cheese actually flip-flopped. It changed to Chuck E. Cheese's and then it changed back again. There were actually 4 flip-flops, which to me are the biggest proof of anything. Houston, we have a problem, changed to Houston, we've had a problem. We all made videos about it, and then we woke up one day, and it was back to Houston, we have a problem. And all the videos that we created are gone. They're in a different timeline now. I'm telling you, this is happening. And then Tidy Cats. The community is massive. It's millions of people. We woke up, and Tidy Cats was now Tidy Cat. I went into a pet store and saw it on the shelf with no S, Tidy Cat. So it's not like it's just Photoshop tricks, right? This is in the real world. And we've done our research because people will say, oh, well, companies change their logos. No, we went and looked, and Tidy Cat went all the way back to the beginning, I think, on that one. I don't remember specifically, but that's what we see when these changes pop up. Well, then, I don't know, 6 months, a year later, we all woke up and the Tidy Cats is back. It's now the S is back. It's like, there's no way you could explain that as misremembering.
No, not way. At all.
So it's happening. So my thing is that what we've then found out, it's not just names, movies, lines, and things in pop culture. The Bible is changing as well,
yeah.
Which is a super atom bomb, theologically. Like, people in the church are very unwelcoming of that idea because they think it means God's a liar because God promised the Bible wouldn't change. Well, no, he didn't. He didn't promise that. So you only think it does. What it really promises is that the Word of God will not change. Jesus, God won't change, the Word of God, but the Scriptures and the Word of God are not the same thing. That's the distinction we found, and it's easy to prove. Therefore, the promises that are being held out that the Bible couldn't be changed by the Mandela Effect are being misapplied. It doesn't teach that. So God's not a liar, and it is happening. I'm sorry.
What about the cause? Is this CERN or some kind of black magic at play, or maybe
yeah.
something even more creepy and weird that I can even imagine?
Well, I mean, honestly, nobody that I know really knows. We can only kind of guess. I think the best guess that I have came from Cliff High, who is a guy that is a linguist and a programmer. And going on like 20 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, he decided to create a spider thing that would go out on the internet and look at conversations that people were having about stocks, because he wanted to front run the stocks based on people's discussions, like insider trading talk and stuff. Well, what happened was this algorithms that he wrote came back, and in the data set, it was predicting things in the future, which he wasn't expecting it to do that. And I'm watching this thing, and he made this first prediction I saw. He said the data set indicates that a lake in Peru is going to empty out overnight. So I made a note in my phone and stuff. And then sure enough, like 2 months later, a lake in Peru emptied out overnight. I was like, what?
Whoa.
Whoa, is right. Well, then he went on to do like 2 or 3 other things where he did, the data set says this is going to happen. And I'm like, now I'm putting it in my calendar, I'm like, check to see. And sure enough, man, the guy called it. So he's got serious creds with me. And anyway, he pointed this spider at the D-Wave computers, which are also along the lines of CERN, and the D-Wave are causing this, right? And what he found was that there was a higher concentration of people reporting the Mandela Effect in and around the D-Wave computer, which is pretty compelling. Now, he's a super genius. Like, his IQ is off the charts. So he then explains how the quantum chip works. And, at the quantum level, that's another dimension where the laws of physics that we know don't apply. And so this quantum, it's a qubit, it's called, is working on the basis of depositing the question into another dimension and then retrieving the result. That's what Geordie Rose said in a TED Talk. So it's pretty wiggy stuff. Well, the problem is, what they found is that human consciousness, if it got too close to the qubit, it would trigger it and the thing would shut down. So they had to figure out how to isolate the qubit for it to work. So they dropped it into a container that was then brought down to 0 Kelvin, like close to perfect zero or whatever they call it, to try to isolate it from human consciousness. And that worked. And so what you basically have with these D-Waves is a human consciousness black hole, if you can imagine such a thing. Well, then in and around this human consciousness black hole is a higher concentration of Mandela effects, if Cliff High isn't lying to us, which is pretty compelling observation about why it's happening. Because the Mandela effect is a human consciousness thing for sure.
Looks like we have our first question from the chat. And of course, don't forget, guys, you can ask questions in the chat. You don't have to hop on panel. It's a great way to get your questions out there. This is from Christine Nunya. John, have you realized and accepted that we've been lied to our entire lives about everything?
Well, everything is a pretty hard subject to make a statement like that. I mean, I don't believe we've been lied to about everything. No. I think the testimony of Scripture is true. So that would mean no. But generally, yes. I mean, that's what being a truther is like. You find out one, for me it was this Federal Reserve wasn't federal. And then what you do is you say, well, if that's not true, what else isn't true? And so you start becoming inquisitive and you start turning over rocks and you find typically a conspiracy under every rock. And you start going down this path where your spouse and your children and your lifelong friends don't, and the gap between the two just keeps getting wider and wider. But in answer to that post, it pretty much makes you realize that pretty much most of what we've been presented with is total nonsense. It's an illusion.
Looks like we have a follow-up question from Christine. Wasn't Scripture written by man?
Well, that's not the testimony of Scripture. The testimony of Scripture is that it was written by God through men. So in other words, the testimony of Scripture is that it's inspired by God, and it's God's thoughts, and he used the imperfect medium of men. But it says, holy men of God that were moved along by the Holy Spirit. The Scripture is not of any man's interpretation, but holy men of God. 2 Timothy 3:16, I think. The translation says all Scripture is inspired by God, but it's actually improper. The actual correct translation is all Scriptures that are inspired by God are profitable. So if you're basically, this is my answer. There's two kinds of people in the world. Those that choose to believe the Bible is inspired by God and those that don't. Now, beyond that, I can tell you why I believe it's inspired, but if I was to directly respond to your question, my answer would be no. No, the Scripture is not written by man. But that's my opinion. I can support my opinion easily. Let me do that, actually. I've got something super profound. Where is it? It's a book written by a guy from, here it is. Give me 2 seconds. Hold on.
Yeah, sure, no worries. I'll distract everybody by waving my
Okay,
arms
so this book right here proves that the Bible was not written by man. It's called Mathematics Proves Holy Scriptures. I don't know why I've never heard of this before, but this guy was alive around the 1890s. He had a PhD and he got born again. And he went into the Scriptures, and if you understand the Greek and Hebrew, letters also correspond to numbers. So in our language, we have letters and we have numbers. Greek, you've got a letter and it's also a number. So that means every letter has a numeric value. Every word, if you add them up, has a numeric value. Then every sentence and every paragraph. So what this guy did was he went in and he started looking at different passages in the New Testament. Now, this is not the Bible code. That's different. This is based on the fact that the Scriptures are made up of letters that have a numeric value. And the number 7 is really relevant to God. He loves the number 7. And so what he found was he started to look at what he calls features. And a feature would be, of the 72 Greek vocabulary words in the first 17 verses of Matthew 5, the number of words which are nouns is exactly 56, or 8 sevens. It's divisible by 7. Now, that's a feature. In other words, there's a 1 in 7 chance, if you have, let's say you have a sentence, there's a 1 in 7 chance of it being divisible by 7. So then if you have 2 features, it's 1 in 49. Well, for instance, this one set of verses, Matthew 5, had 17 features. There's no room for debate there. It's math. It's like 1 + 1 = 2. And so here's 17. Here's the grid right here. Okay, so 17 features would be, the probabilities would be 232 quintillion, 630 quadrillion, 513 trillion, 987 billion, 207,453,000 to 1 of having 17 things in one passage that all are divisible by 7. All the words that are nouns are divisible by 7. Each sentence in and of itself is divisible by 7.
That's
he
like
goes,
the Great Pyramid.
bro, it's impossible. There's no
Yeah.
possible way that you could try to. I say, all right, write a genealogy with 20 people, and then you have to follow these 17 rules. I don't think you could even do it with a supercomputer. And guess what? This guy has 42,000 pages of these.
Oh, wow.
This book is a small sampling of the things he found. So is the Bible written by God? Yes, 100%. Or whatever you want to call them, okay? It wasn't written by ETs or any people. It was written by God through men. And that's how he rolls. I mean, I don't have all the answers. I just made my choice.
Now, getting back to the prepping, of course we should save up food and medicine and things like that. But what about weapons? It says in the Bible, "Thou shalt not kill." Should we be stockpiling guns and bullets?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah. Well, you could take the Gandhi approach. I wouldn't think ill of anybody that refused to ever use violence. You can support that from Scripture, and you'll just be like, "Take me." Or if they come in and kill everybody in your family, that's your life is in God's hands, and you're never going to harm anybody. That is a biblical response. But you can also support the idea that there is a right to life taught in the Bible. So, and I've asked this of a bunch of pastors and Christians throughout my journey. I'm like, okay, let me get this straight. Let's say you got a 9mm and you're in your house at night and you got a 14-year-old daughter and you hear noises upstairs and you go up, you got your 9mm cocked and ready, and you go into a room and there's a guy with a knife poised over your daughter and you got the beat on him. What are you going to do?
I'd have to pull the trigger.
100% of the Christians that I ever asked that said they would pull the trigger, except one guy. One guy told me he would let things happen. He would pray, and then whatever God wants, that's what would happen. Because he said, "I don't want to send the guy to hell." Okay, you're gonna allow this guy to snuff out your daughter's life in front of you, and then take your life, so that you're not the one that sent him to hell. Well, my thinking is vastly different from that. The guy sending himself to hell, as soon as he decided to cross the threshold in the middle of the night and then come up in my daughter's room with a knife, that was his decision. It's not mine. I have a duty to protect her. What about her? I mean, if you're talking eternal destiny versus a temporal thing, that's his basic idea, but it's definitely the rare exception, right? So should you be allowed to use deadly force? Well, it's between the legal system says yes, right? There are laws that tell you that if you are in imminent mortal danger, you're sanctioned to use deadly force. And of course, there's all kinds of, guidelines and rules about that to stay out of jail. But as far as God is concerned, I think you could go either way, and it's a personal conviction.
Got it. I'd have to agree with that. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna piss everybody off, and I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna do it, John.
It's gonna go there.
So is the Earth flat then?
Well, if you're asking me, I think it's pretty clear that it is. On the count of, if it's round, why is it flat? Because you can't find the curve anywhere you go. In other words, if the Earth is round, it should have 8 inches per mile squared. I did another interview this morning with a guy that's a physics teacher. We went through the math and everything. He's like, yeah, the math is right. Spherical or plane trigonometry comes out to be about the same anyway. So if the Earth is 24,000 miles around, 1 mile should have about 8 inches of curvature. That's NASA. That's the 4 curvature calculators you can find online that have been there for a decade. That's what the math is, okay? And then 2 miles would be 16 inches of curvature. And then 32, 64, etc. You just keep squaring it every time. Okay, so mariners will tell you you can see a lighthouse from 50 miles away on a clear night. Well, that's 1,800 feet of curvature. Tallest lighthouse is 400 feet. And they're right there on sea level, basically. So why are you able to see the lighthouse if the Earth is round? Right? Anybody could do this anywhere. So you go to Myrtle Beach, go to North Myrtle, you look at Google Maps, there's a hotel 40 plus miles down the beach. You get your binoculars, you can basically see the bottom of the hotel. It should be totally obscured behind like 1,200 feet of curvature. You shouldn't see any of it. You can see the bottom of it. That proves it's flat. Well, it's only flat there. Or, no, you do it everywhere. You got people all over the internet with laser beam demonstrations. Here's our target 40 miles away. Here's the laser beam hitting it. We should be obscured by 1,200 feet of curvature. You've got like 7-8 people that are offering. There's Flat Earth Millionaire. He's offering $100,000 to anybody that can provide one proof that the Earth is round. Flat Earth Dave has 3 Bitcoins. If you can provide one proof that's verifiable that the Earth is round.
I like that. I mean, we
Nobody's
always
claiming
hear about all these different like offerings of money for people that can prove supernatural stuff. Well, this is turning it back around on them. Let's have these guys prove that the Earth is actually round. I love that.
So what is the proof that the Earth is round? If you were to take that question, what would be your best proof that the Earth is round?
I really don't think that there is any, but one thing that comes to mind is the Lord of the Rings, where I'm not sure, this might be like extra stuff that wasn't in the book, but I think they asked the author and he said something like the elves believe it's flat and the humans believe it's round.
Really?
Yeah.
That was in the movie?
No, it's like, I don't think it's in any of the books. It's
okay.
An extra thing that the author had said about the books that weren't actually in the books. But if you are familiar with Lord of the Rings mythology, they do seem to live on a Middle Earth, a flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's so many proofs, but I don't really go past the one that I just talked about. Because if the Earth is round, why is it flat is the end of my debate. Because I did one video, I did a few videos on it. It's not really my focus, but I did one called Round Earth Mind Control. I took Rod Skiba's video where he went and rented a boat and filmed all the way across from the opposite shore of Lake Michigan's about 50 miles away. And you can see the entire Chicago skyline, as long as it's clear 24/7. And so what the unconvinced will tell you is that, well, the reason for that is because of atmospheric lensing or atmospheric looming or a superior mirage. And so Rob Skiba dispelled that by renting the boat and filming the entire time all the way across. Because all of recorded history says, if it's a mirage, it disappears as you get closer to it. But that didn't happen. So he basically proved that, it's not atmospheric. I mean, it's ridiculous anyway, because you can't see around corners. I'm sorry. It just doesn't work. So the next argument is your math is wrong. But all 4 of the top curvature calculators agree. And so more than all these MIT guys that put these curvature calculators up. Is that what you're telling me? You'd have to show me your math and explain why, it's just a Hail Mary guess claim that the math is wrong. It's not wrong. And if it's plane or spherical trigonometry, that doesn't matter because the numbers are still impossible on either one. So it's not the math. And it's not atmospheric. The entire image of the Chicago skyline is not being projected around 1,500 feet of curvature and then hitting my eyes. No, it's not bending. In fact, light refraction works in our favor because what happens when you put a pencil in a glass of water, it bends down, not up. It doesn't bend up around the curve, it bends down into the ground. So whatever refraction there is, which is like 1 or 2%, it's going in the wrong direction for you. So it's not refraction, it's not the math. The only other major argument is, well, you don't have your elevations calculated. So in my video, we have the testimony of the captain on film that he tagged the Sears building in the GPS system to their boat. So the GPS reading is mapping the exact distance between the boat and the Sears tower. So when we take a picture and it says 40 miles, it is 40 miles away exactly. Then I looked up the height above sea level for Lake Michigan. I added 8 feet. So I know almost exactly the height above sea level when the picture was taken. And then also the height above sea level of the Sears Tower and the height of the Sears Tower. So again, I have those metrics completely nailed down. There's no variance as far as, oh, well, the reason you could see is because you're higher. No, I addressed that. It's exact. It's not atmospheric, it's not the math, and it's not a discrepancy in our elevations. Okay, so then the only things left is you're a liar and your video's a fake, but you'd have to prove that, which you can't because it's not. And then the only last argument is, well, it's flat there, but it's not, the earth is still round. But that's not true either because, like I said, you can go anywhere in the world and do this yourself. So what are you going to do? What are you going to do if you go to Myrtle Beach or you go anywhere and you can see something 40 miles away that should be obscured? What are you going to do with that information? Because the problem with flat earth is pride. Pride rises up and says, well, if this is true, I'd have to be stupid and I'm smart. So you get ticked off and you get reactionary and you refuse to believe it. Or you throw up some a priori argument like, well, it's impossible because all those people in the government would have to all keep the secret. Well, that's not proof either, dear soul. It isn't proof that a lot of people have to be quiet for it to be true. That's not proof. Being able to see a building 50 miles away is proof. And its scientific method is it's measurable and it's repeatable. Okay, that's the scientific method. I'm not getting all of the factors of the scientific method, but observable, repeatable, and provable. So what I just laid out is all of those things. And you have to go see it and have one good despair that you've been lied to. Because I'll tell you what most people are relying on. They're relying on the picture of the Earth from space. That's what they always say. John, it's ridiculous. We have pictures of the Earth. No, you don't. You have a cartoon. It's 12 strips of data sewn together, and then they added clouds and color.
What about this is one of my favorite things to focus on when we talk about flat Earth. What about the ISS? What is it? What is it in your opinion?
It's total fakery. I mean, if you look it up, you can do this yourself. Look up, what is the ISS made of? And it'll tell you it's basically made of aluminum. That's the majority of the composition of it. Then you look up, what is the melting point of aluminum? I'm going by memory, I think it's 900 degrees is the melting point. Then you look up, where is the ISS? How far up? It's 400 miles, I think. And that's the thermosphere, okay? What's the temperature in the thermosphere? 2,000 to 4,000 degrees. So you've got a mechanical thing that has a melting point of 1,000, and it's sitting there in a environment that we're being told is between 2,000 and 4,000. Okay, so then you look up, why doesn't the ISS melt? And this is the cockamamie response you're going to get. Well, there isn't a lot of atmosphere there. And so the heat, although it's 3,000 degrees, it doesn't propagate through the envelope because there's no particles to propagate the heat waves. Okay? So even though it's 3,000, it isn't 3,000. Well, that would be interesting, except for the fact that the ISS is made of particles, right? So as soon as the radiation gets to the ISS itself, it's going to heat it to 3,000. So it's propagating through the space, but it's not heating up the space. Okay, I'll buy that. But once it hits the ISS, it's heating it up. So the thing would melt. So it's not there. It's a hologram, because you can see it go through the sky sometimes. I mean, these guys are going to elaborate lengths with their $50 million a day budget to fool us. With the guys, in the pool in Florida, and they're, on the wires, and they got all the CGI tricks to make you think they're weightless. They're on wires. They got the vomit comet, where they take a plane that's hollowed out, and they got the guys floating. So they use some of that sometimes, or they use the wires. It's a total show for humanity to basically make you believe there's no God. That's what it is.
Is that why they're hiding the shape of the Earth? Is this just? Now, I wanted to ask you about the Freemasons. Are the Freemasons I know they're heavily associated with NASA. A lot of people will say NASA is completely Freemasonic.
Mm-hmm.
Are these guys the ones behind a lot of this stuff we've been talking about?
Well, not only them, but it goes back to all of the scientists from, Galileo and all those original guys. They were all Freemasons. And then right up to, all through the NASA guys, there's tons of pictures of them with their Freemason rings. They have a commemorative coin with the Apollo 11 and the NASA compass, or not the Freemason compass right next to it. So they're broadcasting the fact that they're Freemasons. And they have, a pact or a vow, that they take. That says they're willing to lie in order to advance their agenda. And they keep everything a secret. And there's supposedly only about 540 people that have ever supposedly gone into space. Well, all of them are Freemasons, and they're all government. They're all military. So they're locked up under non-disclosures, and their life is threatened if they violate them. It's not like they'll just maybe go to Leavenworth. They'll be disappeared. So it's not hard to see how they've kept it all secret.
Now, the Freemasons, a lot of secrecy going on there. What about the church? And by church, of course, I mean the Catholic Church. I know that the Jesuits, which are a part of the church, and have been at odds with leadership of the church, have a reputation for being behind a lot of conspiracies and being part of the New World Order and the Illuminati, et cetera, et cetera. John, what are your thoughts and opinions on the Catholic Church or the Vatican?
Well, that's a whole session in and of itself. To me, that's the devil's masterpiece that he created. Napoleon said the Jesuits of all men are most worthy of hell, and they also will lie. They have a vow as well. The Jesuits do. They're allowed to lie in order to accomplish their objectives, which are totally just completely nefarious. So, it's like a fake Christianity. There's always if there's a real thing, there's a counterfeit. But the real thing has actually been infiltrated by the Freemasons as well. In fact, I saw a guy that was an Illuminati guy. Supposedly, he was pretty high up and he got born again. So he's, able to come out of it somehow. I don't know if you can do that, but he claimed he did. And somebody asked him, so what do you Illuminati guys do all day? And this is what he said. Oh, a lot of us are like Pentecostal pastors. I was like, what? So they have totally infiltrated the church. Makes sense.
Definitely. What about, speaking of the church, speaking of all these things, Illuminati, I wanted to talk about Satanism. Is Satanism the core of all this? Is it core of the Jesuits, the Freemasons, the church, all these different groups? Is this Satan? Is this Satan enacting his plan to fool all of our minds and turn everything upside down?
I mean, you say, is this, just so I can answer properly, what do you mean by this?
I mean, the fakery, the trickery, the deception. I know that he is called the father of lies, and it seems that our daily lives, whether we're only concerned about going to work or if we're actually spending a lot of our time researching, we all have to deal with this same ball of wax.
Man.
It just, to me, it's almost as if everything is inverted in this day and age.
Totally. Yeah, I got a subchapter in my book. It's called Satan Really Does Run the World. And so when Jesus was tempted, one of the things that Satan told him was, if you worship me, if you bow down and worship me, I'll give you all the kingdoms of this world. Well, in order to do that, they would have to be in his possession. So he does literally control the world system. So what that means is that if you are wanting to know the truth, my opinion, you can't really properly evaluate the world you live in unless you're coming from a biblical worldview. Because if that's true, then everything you're seeing, like what I say is, if whatever you see on TV, there's like 5 or 6 levels of truth behind it, right? You've got you at the bottom, and then supposedly the government and the politicians are making all these decisions about your life. You'll be taxed and these regulations. And then, but above them, you've got the corporations really control special interest, control the government. So the government's really not in control. Then the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the central banks, the Bank of International Settlements runs all the central banks. Then you've got the Bilderberg Group, which is kind of the organizing power, or Davos. Those are the same. Then United Nations runs the Bilderberg. Then you got these groups like the Chatham House, the Royal Institute of International Affairs. Then you got the Freemason lodges and the secret societies. That's where the control for that comes. And then above that are like these think tanks, like the Trilateral Commission, the Council on Foreign Relations. That's where a lot of the heady, where they're planning, those think tanks. 10 years ago, they were talking about a war in Ukraine. We'll have this, and then we'll have a war in Ukraine. And now you see the war in Ukraine crop up, and you think, oh, this is just a skirmish between people over a border. No, this was planned and voted on 10 years ago, and now it's time for implementation. So then above that, you've got the 3 city-states, which are the Vatican, the Washington, D.C., and the City of London. So that's your religious center, your military center, and your financial center. And then you've got the Committee of 300, and then the Crown Council of 13, and then the Pinyard. And then above that, you've got like direct meetings with fallen angels, where these 13 families, go into some dungeon and they have this bunch of warlocks, and they conjure up the archdemon of areas, and they have like communication with them, and that's how the world is run. So you watch something on TV, Biden is talking or whatever is happening, and all of that I just outlined is behind all that, all the way up this ladder, and you're just like this little nothing peon way at the bottom, trying to figure out, formulate your opinion about geopolitical events, when it's like, it's so far beyond that your head is spinning.
Now, John, have you personally ever experienced anything supernatural or demonic?
Oh, heck yeah, man.
Okay.
Oh, man. I could sit here for hours and tell you things that happened to me. Like when I was in New York, I'll give you a couple of personal examples of demonic things. Like there was a place called the Upper Room, and it was right over 42nd Street. We called it the Deuce, and it was an outreach to the street people. Now, this is the cream of the crop of New York City, and we're right in the porn district. It was all homeless people would come up there to get choke sandwiches and coffee. I would play like 3 praise songs, and then, Billy or one of the other guys would come up and preach a barn burner, and we'd get people saved, and we'd clothe them and help them and stuff. So one day I'm up there, and I mean, it was hell on earth. I mean, these people smelled like piss. They were dangerous. It was wild, man. And all kinds of stuff happened. So this one guy comes up, and it was kind of a narrow hallway, and he wasn't looking at me. So he walks up in front of me and goes, "I need help." And he looks up at me, and his eyes were totally brown. There was no white or pupil or anything. It was shock to me. Like, I was like, whoa. And I didn't even hesitate. I just put my hand on his chest and I said, "Father, in the name of Jesus, I pray for this soul that you died for." And as soon as I said the name of Jesus, he coughed up this ball of phlegm, came out of his mouth, and I was like, whoa, it almost went on my shoes, And so I'm telling you, this happened, all right? And then he looked up at me and his eyes were clear. God is my witness. Then there was this, and that was one of the first times I ever prayed, like in the name of Jesus, and something happened. This other time, we were cleaning up. It was like at a nighttime session. And this girl is walking across the room, and she's holding her chest, and she's like, my chest, my chest. And I just got like a word of knowledge that it was a demonic spirit. And I said, "Come here." And she came over. I said, "In the name of Jesus." And as soon as I said that, her eyes got real big. And she goes, "It's gone, it's gone." And I was like, really? I was more surprised than she was. And so another time I was walking down the stairs, we were in the Mark Hellinger Theater, this massive Broadway theater we took over, and we had a church there. It was like 2,000 people in this church. So this one guy, he was like a deacon, right? And he was really powerful in God. And there was all these people around this little girl. She was like, I don't know, like 18 years old, sitting in this chair. And he was praying for her. He was casting demons out of her. And so he had to go. So I stopped to watch, and I was like, whoa, this is intense. It's like the movies. And so this other person was there, and they said they wanted to like try, right? And so they stepped in, and it was a guy, and he goes, "What is your name, demon?" And the voice comes out of this girl. Like, it turned my blood to ice water. This little girl has this voice like this. "My name is demonic power." That's what she said.
Okay.
And I was like, whoa, dude. But then she turns to the guy and says, "I don't have to listen to you. You have sin in your life." So then he walked away, and then the other guy came back. It was unbelievable, man. The things that I've seen like that.
Do you feel as if you have been targeted by these demonic beings?
No. I mean, they could try, but no weapon formed against me will prosper. Jesus said, "All power and authority has been given unto me in heaven and earth. Go therefore. Nothing by any means shall hurt you." So we got power in the name of Jesus. We've been deputized. We carry all the authority of heaven, and there's no demonic spirit. No weapon formed against me will prosper. They fear the name of Jesus. They fear the born-again, blood-washed believer that knows who he is in Christ and can speak the name of Jesus, and those demons are cast out. And they run. They flee. Submit to God, resist the devil, and he will flee from you. That's what James said. And flee means to run as if in terror. So they'll try to come on you. They'll try to come at you in your thoughts, and you'll get hit with oppression. And you have to realize that there's a spirit realm, and that you have to use your powers, you have to use the name of Jesus, and that it'll go away. It's supernatural, but it's real.
What about all of these UFO sightings and all these sightings of aliens and aliens showing up at the mall, aliens showing up in people's backyards,
Dig it.
UFO fleets over Israel? Is this all demonic?
Yeah, so if you have a biblical worldview, your take on aliens is that they're not coming, light years from other galaxies, especially if you're a flat earther, because you believe that flat earth is a closed system. There is no billions of galaxies and billions of light years and stuff. It's whatever the stars are, it's not what we're being told. And the earth is flat and there's a dome over it. So this is it. So the aliens are more probably coming from outside the South Pole. The earth is flat. There's a wall around. And then beyond the wall, a lot of people believe that there are other realms like Earth, maybe as many as 100. So the people, if there are extraterrestrials, they're coming from those places, not Alpha Centauri. But regardless, and I don't know if this is true or not, I have to basically formulate an opinion and sort of guess, what are the aliens? Well, if they're not from Alpha Centauri and they're not with Jesus, then they're part of the fallen angel thing, where the angels, like Satan was the anointed cherub that covers, is what he was called. So this guy's body was made of instruments. So he was literally God's worship leader in heaven. He was a super dude, man. But he got lifted up in pride, like he spent too much time in front of the man. Yeah, Lucifer. And but in Isaiah, I think it's Isaiah 14, it says, we call it the 5 eyes. I will ascend to the hills of the north. I will be like the Most High. I will walk among the stones of fire. So he started digging himself too much, and he figured, what? God's not all that. I got all this stuff happening, man. The people should worship me. And so, God threw him out, and a third of the angels followed him. We know that's from the book of Revelation. Not sure what all that means, but put that aside. And then Genesis 6, we're given this other scenario where it says, the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were fair, and they took from them wives, whichever they chose. So you've got a clear biblical testimony that these angels came down from heaven, and they saw that they were babes, I guess like 800,000 years of celibacy wore a little thin, and they were like, whoa, these earth women got some stuff going on. So they were like, they started cohabitating with earth women, which is mind-boggling, but that's what it says. And then they gave birth to giants. So there's 18 different references to giants in the Bible. Like all of us were familiar with Goliath, right? He had 6 fingers, 6 right on each hand, 12 fingers, 12 toes, and like 9, 10, 20 feet tall. I mean, these dudes were giants. Well, they came from this cohabitation of these fallen angels with human women. And so then most people believe that the demon spirits that we encounter are the disembodied spirits of these giants that died, and their spirits remained here on the earth. And so the aliens are real. There's no question that there's, these orbs, whether or not it does appear that they are physical in nature sometimes. Because what's also very common is that these spaceships, they look like a flying saucer, but then all of a sudden it'll split into 2 or 3 of them, and it'll just go in 3 different directions. So what does that tell you? It's not really physical. It's some sort of plasma or some, spiritual thing. So, our belief with the biblical worldview is that all of the alien thing is just part of the fallen angel thing. And they're all in cahoots with Satan to lure man away from believing that they were created by God and they have a duty to God. Because that's what you're about to see. Because it's in 100 movies. Prometheus, right? The Aliens trilogy, where they go to this planet and they find the engineers, and it's the engineers that actually seeded our planet. We were created by aliens. Okay, that's a narrative. Now, you can believe that if you want, but guess what? It's a religion. You have no proof that Icke created you. Come on, do you really have proof of that? You don't. And if you do, somehow think you do, where did the aliens come from? Because did they develop from primordial ooze? Because you got to prove evolution, which is impossible to believe. So there is a creator, and if you're going to go with the alien thing and the Big Bang thing, come on, man, where did the primordial egg come from? Did it just create itself? So nothing created everything is your religion. I'm going with the biblical account, especially with the book, baby. This settles the narrative for me. Mathematics proves the Holy Scriptures. It's a Googleplex to 1 that you're right. 42,000 pages of these codes are woven into the fabric of the Scripture. It's impossible. So that means we're not in a simulation created by some unknown advanced technology, advanced race. Because the biblical narrative says this is God's creation. It's not a simulation created by advanced beings or an or consciousness cloud. That's not the biblical narrative. And the biblical narrative has tons more evidence to prove that narrative is correct. You follow me?
For sure.
Yeah.
What about I want to bring out one other individual. We talked about Alex Jones earlier.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Probably the second most popular guy out there talking about this sort of stuff is David Icke. What do you think about David Icke and his whole reptilian theory?
Totally. Great question. So David Icke, and understand where I come from, I don't look down my nose at anybody. I learn from everybody, David Icke included. Now, David Icke, in his very early interview, claimed to be Jesus Christ. So that's bad juju for us, right? We don't roll with that very good. Okay, so David Icke has the black mark on, trying to say he was Jesus Christ. And then, of course, he doesn't have a biblical worldview. He has a non-biblical worldview. So, okay, I'm going to set that aside. What his research has shown is very obviously true to me, which is every civilization has this narrative of a serpent narrative where these, Illuminati came down from above. The serpent narrative is throughout every civilization, from the Sumerians forward, and all of this historical writings of encounters with reptilian beings that were supernatural, that ate people and wanted access to power and all this stuff. So, you'd have to believe that all of that information was just planted or somehow fabricated to paint that picture, which I don't. I believe that those writings are genuine. And so we even have the story in the book of Genesis where you have a talking snake talking to Eve. Think about it. The dude was standing upright. So it was a reptilian standing upright, because what happened is after he tricked Eve, God cursed him, and the curse was that you'll have to crawl on your belly. So the Bible even gives us a very clear picture of these reptilian dudes. And I guess that was part of their result of their judgment, is instead of being beautiful, man-like, the way angels appear in the Bible, and the testimony of people that have seen angels say that they're handsome 25-year-old males that are very muscular and usually they got a sword strapped on their side and a robe, and they just look awesome. Well, that was probably what the angels looked like. But then after they were judged, they became like snake-like, nasty looking, evil looking, right? Because evil has a look. Evil has an appearance. And they took that appearance. That's what the reptilians are not pretty to look on. So David Icke has got some incredible insight. He talks a lot about how we decode the realm. Like, I think he has a good grasp on how the mind decodes what's around us. Like the table I'm leaning on appears solid, but it's only energy. It's an energy construct. So how that all works, he gets into that a lot. And he's definitely taken a lot of flack for the reptilian thing, but I'm right there with him, man.
Now, getting further into Icke's theories, and these, of course, are not just Icke's theories. There are plenty of guys before him that were talking about this sort of thing. It's in the Bible itself and the extra biblical books.
Right.
But earlier we talked about the Watchers finding the sons of man to be beautiful. And what do you think of the idea that the people ruling the world today have some kind of DNA left over from the times? The idea that they might actually have some kind of fallen angel, reptilian, godly DNA inside of them. What do you think of that idea, John?
100%. Right, because we see that in the Bible where it talks about Noah. Genesis tells us that Noah was perfect in his genealogies. That's what it says. I can't remember where exactly. Well, that's telling us that when at the time of Noah, there was the DNA of the human race had been corrupted through genetic manipulation or inbreeding or whatever. But apparently Noah had escaped that contamination and his family. So they were the only ones left that were still totally human. And so God had him build the ark and did a reset. He had a do-over on humanity, and Noah was the only ones left that weren't messed up. And Daniel talks about, and they shall mingle their seed with man, or something like that. It tells us in the 12th chapter of Daniel, I think, wherever that vision is of the big clay statue. They will mingle their seed. So this whole DNA thing that you're seeing now with like the clot shot, which is a gene therapy. They're terraforming the earth. They're terraforming the earth, and they are trying to change humans. It's like the Borg is assimilating us. And I'll tell you what my theory is. That scripture in Genesis 6, it says, and the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were fair or beautiful. It's typically translated beautiful, but if you look at it a little more closely, that word actually means fit or appropriate vessel. An appropriate vessel or container. And so the theory is that the devil, knowing from the time of the garden that Jesus would come and defeat him, and then ultimately he'd be defeated, is trying to formulate a way to defeat Jesus. And so he's creating this army of humans that will then open the CERN portal, and they'll inhabit all of the humans that have been changed to be fit vessels.
Would this be the locusts?
Well, no, the locusts are like hybrid, what do you call it, creations that are going to come out of the pit. And they're going to be used to bring judgment on impenitent sinners who don't have the mark of God on their forehead. But this is us. This is like human beings are being terraformed with the chemtrails and the clot shot. Because the stuff that's in the clot shot with the hydrogel and the quantum dot technology, that's some wiggy stuff, man. I mean, if they wanted to kill us, they could just easily kill us. But they want to do more than that. They want to change us and not kill us. Why?
I can't help but think of the story of Christ when he's out there in the desert and the devil is grabbing him and picking him up and flying him through the air and saying, hey, I could just smash you against these rocks. Like, I feel the devil could do that to any one of us. He could pick us up and kill us. It could melt us, whatever. But he doesn't really want to do that, does he? He wants us to become evil.
Yeah, he wants worship, like the five eyes. He wants what God gets, which is for men to worship God. The way people worship God. Satan wants that. But, you know, to a large degree, he can't get total compliance, so he uses enslavement and trickery to get us to do it. For sure.
Do you feel that there is some kind of false alien invasion psyop being rolled out at this very moment?
Oh, man. Project Bluebeam is about to be sprung on humanity. I mean, they're ratcheting up the narrative. It's like a crescendo right now. Well, they had these 2 or 3 guys that were like government officials testifying in Senate hearings. And they said they were talking about a crash site. And the guy was like, this is on the microphone in the Senate hearing. Yeah, we are in possession of biologicals, he said. And the senator was like, do you mean human remains? He's like, no. He's like, we are in possession of off-world technology. That's what the guy's saying in the microphone. I mean, he's basically saying there's aliens.
Mm.
So I think that this year, you know, you're going to see full disclosure because you already have soft disclosure. That's just one example. There's tons of them where they're just coming out and telling us.
John, would you be okay if I brought some members onto our panel here to ask you some questions?
Sure. Yeah, I'm just going to jump over and get a drink of water real quick. I'll be right back. Panels are awesome. I'll be right back.
Absolutely. Good time to do that. Let's go ahead and bring on Dr. Robert. Let's see if he's there before our guest comes back. Dr. Rob, paging Dr. Robert.
What's up, man? I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. You sound great, buddy.
Ruby, man, you do too, man. You said melt me.
What's that?
You said something about melt or something like that. You can melt me.
Dr. Robert, do you have any questions for our guest, John Kerwin?
How you doing, John?
Excellent. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, man. I'm enjoying what I'm hearing right now. I do have like one question.
Yeah.
That's kind of tugging at me a bit. And I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate here. It's not me, but like if I was a scientist, like how would you respond to this? What if a scientist told you that you misconstrued their argument? Because from my understanding, there's no such thing as proof in the sciences or in the scientific method. There's just evidence. And then like when they talk about like the principle of falsifiability, like in order for a scientific theory to be valid, it must have the ability to be proven true and false at the same time. So science doesn't really have anything to do with God at all. It's not even attacking God, basically. It's just trying to collect as much data as possible. Because even when you have like these scientific theories, right? And they might sound amazing, like the scientist's explanation, the scientist's perspective is that religious people are mistaken in thinking that science is trying to overthrow the idea of God. To them, God can't be touched because it can neither be proven true nor false. So there's nothing they can do to gather data or evidence to prove that which supposedly proved us, although they won't say it that way, basically. So basically when you say like, you know, they can't prove it to me or they can't provide proof, you're making the claim that science never claimed to make, because they have explicitly stated that there is no proofs in the sciences. So it's almost like a straw man. It's something that's what a straw man is, basically. Like you're saying this is your claim, even though this person didn't make this claim, so you can create some argument to tear down their claim. But the argument that you're making is not their argument, it's your argument. Like, how would you respond to that?
Are you referring to this proof here that I presented? The mathematics proves the Holy
No,
Scriptures?
not that at all. Because I'm not touching your claim. What I'm saying basically is that the initial charge that science is in the business of providing proofs is wrong. Science admits that it has no proof, that it can't prove anything, and that's why you have that. You're right about repeatability. Like it has to be. So basically, like the strongest thing that science has is a law. Like gravity is not a proof, it's a law. It's a law based on the consistency that every time you throw something up that has a dense amount of matter in the sky, it falls down. So it constantly happens. It doesn't mean we can prove it. It's just something that has consistency that we observe and everybody else observes and can say without a shadow of a doubt that when I threw X object up in the air, it fell to the ground.
So,
but they can't actually prove that, you know, so the science is not making that claim. That's a claim that's been projected onto the scientific community. That's what I mean by that. So I'm not attacking anything you said or any of your mathematics. I'm saying just the initial beef is false. Like science is not attacking God. Science is not saying that what you're saying is wrong. They're saying they just can't prove it. And there's no way you can prove anything like that. So as a scientist, I just stay the fuck away from that shit. And I focus on shit that can be observed by the defense. That's why it's empiricism. It's something that can be observed and induced from interacting and just basically observing this phenomenon take place in the world. But that's basically what I'm trying to say right there. But that's not me. I'm saying as a scientist, what would you say if a scientist came at you?
And came at me, and just try to restate the question in like one sentence so I can understand the question.
I'm sorry. So if science says there's no proof, that they can't prove anything, that they haven't provided any proof, all they proved is evidence, then how do you support the claim that science can't prove that the Earth is round when science never made the claim that they can prove that the Earth is round?
I mean, the scientific method is a method of investigation involving observation and theory, and then you create a hypothesis. So you haven't proved anything yet. You're just presenting a hypothesis. This could be true because of this, this, and this. And then the hypothesis is evaluated with testing. And then at a certain point, the hypothesis is proven and it becomes accepted.
No, it's not proven. It's just consistent. See, that's what they're saying. It's not proof. Like I can read an article to you right now. That's one of the biggest things. That's one of the biggest conflicts they have with like initial scientists is that they come in and they think that they're supposed to provide proof, and that's a myth. You're not providing proof. You're just providing evidence to demonstrate that something is consistent within our world.
I think your question is just a semantics battle, because what proven means is having been demonstrated or verified without doubt. That's all it means. And science can absolutely do that.
The problem is the without doubt part. There's always doubt. That's what science is. So that's the part we're missing. So you're going to always have doubt. Remember, it has to be able to be proven true and false at the same time. That's science. That's falsifiability. So it's always doubt.
Yeah.
So basically, like a scientific method is just a consistent doubt. You know, like we could still doubt it. Just because we throw this object in the air this time doesn't mean it's going to fall down like it did all the time. But it does appear to be consistent. That's what scientists are saying.
Yeah, I would basically say I don't agree. I would say that the definition of the word proven means established beyond doubt. So I think you can reach a point where you are convinced beyond doubt that it's true.
I would see that there's different kind of dictionaries for different type of fields. Like I just can't go to a regular English Webster dictionary and use it as my legal dictionary, right?
Mm-hmm.
So every field, right, has its own particular lexicon and its own meaning for terms, right? So you just can't go to a regular meaning of the word and then project that on the meaning of a word that a scientist uses. Like the word chill, right? Like I could either be talking about like, putting water on ice or putting something in the freezer, or making my house cool, or I could just mean calm down, relax, don't take it so personal. You know what I mean? So words have all these different meanings, right? Even when we go to different states, like even different states have their different slang. Like they use words that are English words, but they use them in a different way and they convey a different meaning with words that are similar to the words we use.
All right,
So
but let me
that's
ask you this: what is the point of this question? Are you saying that you can't know anything with any level of certainty?
Yeah, I'm saying that's what science is saying. So that's why you don't have proof. Proof means for certain. Science is saying you can't know anything for certain. That's the claim that science has always made. So
Yeah,
it's like
science.
this beef between religion and science is basically a distortion, or it's not real, or it's just you have a group of people who are just so caught up in their feelings that because you kind of are able to explain it in rational and empirical terms that somehow you're challenging God. And science saying we're not challenging God at all. We just don't even fuck with God. We let theologians deal with God and we deal with science. Like God is his own little special thing, and that's not our purview. That's not our expertise. If you want to know about God, you go to priests, you go to gurus, you go to spiritualists. When we're talking about science and building rocket ships and making computers and shit like that, then you come to us.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. I don't see science being compartmentalized from the knowledge of God in any way. Science is constantly catching up to the Bible. So, for instance, what the Bible teaches, God told Moses to circumcise the children on the 8th day. And then, they found out whenever that the level of antibodies are the highest they'll ever be in a human being on the 8th day after you're born. So God knew that, but it took a century of science to find it out, right? And there's a lot of examples like that where science is now catching up with what we already know from the Bible. And you can also try to determine or establish a hypothesis about God where you do get a level of certainty of whether God exists or not from scientific observations, not just whatever the scripture says. So I disagree that science is compartmentalized out of God discussion. You don't go to the scientist to find out about God, and you don't go to the preacher to find out about science. I disagree. Because that's me. You're talking to one. I'm talking science and God on this whole time.
Thank you, Dr. Robert, for your questions. And we're moving on to Clint Acewood, Third World Assassin. Clint, can you hear me?
Eastwood. Yeah. I'm doing pretty good listening to the debate and such. I mean, I guess I did have some words about the flat earth stuff, but it's the same thing I always say. But I do have something new to add, where basically to look at the shadow of the earth on the moon during a lunar eclipse. And then the second thing is, I don't remember which philosopher it was, but he said that he makes note of the shadow on an obelisk in Egypt compared to Greece or Italy, and that the shadows were different. But I don't want to stick on the flat earth subject, though, because there's so much more bigger fish to fry. And regardless of the shape of the earth, we're still economically enslaved. I'm sure you'd agree with that one.
No, I don't. I think if it was broadcasted publicly that the earth is flat and there's a dome over it, then the entire power structure would collapse and we could all have our freedom back, and it would be the greatest evangelistic event in human history. Because
I mean, from our own perspective, take away all the math, all the science, you could see the shadow of the earth on the moon during a lunar eclipse.
All right. Well, first of all, I can respond to that specific question, but what I've learned over 7 years is I never do until someone responds to my observation first. So I'm a one-trick pony when it comes to flat Earth. I've given you an observation that is you can see anything from 50 miles away anywhere on the Earth. So until you address that, what I won't do is play, what about this, what about this, what about
The
this?
thing about that is that the light can bend. I mean,
how do you know?
Well, from scientific observation.
Which one? 'Cause I'm not
Light
familiar with
is a
this.
very interesting subject to where light is. I remember you were talking about that computer thing, how the box. I wanted to add on to that. It's interesting that box you were talking about that was predicting the future on the internet.
Yeah.
Because it correlates with the split electron theory, or where they shoot the electrons through the slots, and when they're not observed, they turn into a wave.
Yes, the two-slit experiment.
Well, I have a theory about the third eye and the blueness of it, and to whereas I think that when the observer is taken away, that the water molecules in the head turn into a wave and then exit out of the head, and then somehow attach itself to the spiritual realm through the water. And I think that's why the water was considered holy.
Okay, but I just want to stay on point. Like I'm saying that we can't see around corners. The math doesn't support it, and the empirical evidence tells us that the light bends down towards the ground, not up around the curve. So my question still is unanswered. How is it that we're able to see the Chicago skyline when it should be totally obscured behind 1,600 feet of curvature? How is that possible?
Well, there's only 8 inches per mile, and that or the whole light bending thing is a huge subject. I mean, I'd particularly rather go on to some of the other subjects because
right.
We're never going to agree.
Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, all right. So what you're saying is you don't know. You don't know how
it's just possible. That I just literally puffed down the joint as fast as I could, and the whole mathematics and such. I worked on the what is the name of that equation? Damn it! It was an equation about water molecules and which way they would move, and it was one of the $10 million equations. I used to be a really good math person, and it all kind of slipped, but the thing about, or the thing is that with this problem that we're having, in generally speaking, is that if we're not all on the same track, we're not going to make the solution move. And that's why I think certain subjects should be abandoned, and that the biggest fish to fry, is the one that should be tackled. Whereas, the people who are running the show, the economic slavery, and pitting us all against each other, and, spreading all these lies, that's what we need to get rid of. And then we solve all the other problems later. We go to the source of the problem, and then the other problems will work themselves out.
So what topic is that you value so highly? What topic would you focus on to fix the problem?
Well, I would say that unconstitutional government's part of it, because the Constitution says only Congress can wage war, and that every war since the Korean War was waged by the UN. Okay. And that this world government that's been created is it's economically enslaving us so it can pay for these wars that we don't consent to. And
totally.
Everything that's sorry.
I don't disagree at all, but what I'm saying is try bringing that whole system down. The one of the things, I'm not saying this is this big mission I'm on to preach flat Earth, but you brought it up, so I'm responding to you. And what I'm saying is, if the world found out globally or across the whole Earth that the earth is actually flat. That would give you your result. The unconstitutional government would collapse, and we could rise up a new government that was constitutional. The flat earth revelation would completely collapse the power structure, because everybody would know the governments have been lying, academia is lying, and then it would all be destroyed by this revelation. That's why they fight it so much. Make sense?
Well, I don't really understand the mechanics of how that would go down exactly, but for my.
Alrighty, let's thank you, Clint.
Thank
I'm
you,
sorry,
Clint.
but we got people coming in the backstage. I want to make sure there's enough time for everybody.
Totally. Press
my
that
apologies,
button, Daniel. Don't be shy, baby.
I didn't mean to interrupt things. But
No, it's cool. That was a cool combo. I appreciate that caller. That was cool.
Yeah, that was really great. Thank you again, Clint. Christ brings a sword. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Greetings.
Awesome.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
You bet, man.
How's it going?
Excellent. Good to see.
I'm enjoying your conversation earlier. I heard a lot of spiritual talk related to Christianity and UFOs. Did I imagine that?
No.
Okay,
No.
I thought so. So I'd like to bring up the subject of the Revelation 12. You're familiar with that's a prophecy of the dragon in space, which is none other than the devil, and they're having a war in space. And the devil's then cast down to the earth, and we've been seeing a lot of activity on the earth that nobody knows what it is, but there's a lot of people saying a lot of crazy sightings of tall creatures and this and that. I don't know if any of that's true, but it is in the news. Mm-hmm. And I see the prophecy unfolding before us. And of course, I'll stop talking there and get your take on it.
All right. Chapter 12 is pretty chock full of stuff and imagery. Do you have a specific question? Maybe
I think it's a Revelation 12:4 where it talks about the dragon. There was a sign in heaven, and this occurred recently in September in the stars. If you were watching it, are you familiar with that?
What? That there was a dragon in the stars?
The Revelation 12 sign was actually seen in the stars on September 23rd of this year, and also in 2017.
I did not know
this
that.
is pretty amazing stuff that's happening. A lot of stuff. I could talk forever on this, but I'll try to keep it short. I don't want to take up your time. But so there's been these signs of Revelation 12, which tells me that there is a war in heaven currently. Mm-hmm. And we've been seeing a lot of activity in the sky. If you look up in the sky and you will see strange things happening, like things that fall to the ground, and then reports calling 911 in Las Vegas of tall creatures 10 feet tall in their backyard. That kind of stuff has happened. Whether or not it's true, it is being reported, and I believe that some of it is true. I also have seen UFOs in my own time, but I also think of Enoch and the Watchers with what you were talking about earlier. There's these spirits, but I believe that they have to have a body of some sort, and I wouldn't put it past them to enter into any kind of animalistic body or even a laboratory grown body that they create themselves, which would explain a lot of these cattle mutilations, because it turns out that bovine blood can be replaced with human blood. Humans can be supported by bovine blood. So there's a similarity between cattle blood and human blood, which these creatures would use to create their little hybrids to fly around flying saucers with. That's my theory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got more mentions of dragons and serpents here, like we talked about David Icke. The devil is pictured as a dragon here, or a Draco, right?
And, that's a fact, yeah.
Yeah, so the Bible is giving us a lot of imagery in Revelation, and I remember making the decision not to really study eschatology too intensely, because I watched this debate between these two guys a long time ago that were like patriarchs. They'd all studied Revelation for 20 years, and they had this eschatology ministry, and these two guys couldn't agree. And I'm thinking, well, if these guys can't understand this, how are the rest of us mortals going to understand this book? It's a very, bizarre book, right?
Yeah, I think to find the truth, you got to search it out yourself, because nobody's going to tell it to you. You know,
No
and
question.
you've got to question everything, and you've got to be the final judge of what's going on. And when I read the Bible, I just say, hey, this is the truth. Now, what's going on? I look up in the sky, I see Revelation 12 happening, and I'm going, well, here it comes. You know, the
No
Antichrist, the kingdom of the devil is coming, and there's going to be rapture. Now, currently, today's the 11th. Is it still the 11th, or is it the 12th?
It's the 12th here where I am.
So yesterday was the 11th, and at that time there was an asteroid over the constellation Virgo, which is the woman, and it represents Israel. And there was an asteroid over the head, which was named Esther, as in the Bible, Esther, which is the queen who is crowned, and that represents the rapture. So we're looking at the rapture being told in the stars, but Christians and Jews, they don't pay attention to the stars, do they? But the crazy ones like me, I'm looking up and I'm seeing things happening, and I'm saying, well, I see a correlation between the Bible, Book of Revelation, and what's going on in the sky. And I think that's fascinating, and I just wanted to share it with you.
Awesome. Hey, thanks for the call, man. That was cool.
Alrighty, and we're gonna go to Charlie. Hello, Charlie. Can you hear me?
Hey, Daniel, just so you know, this is going to be my last question because I got another interview at 8, just coming up in about 10 minutes. I got to jump off after this one.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Charlie, can you hear us? Charlie, are you there? Huh. Well, that was a lot of hype for nothing because he must be having some kind of mic problems. The guy was complaining in the chat, demanding to be let on. And unfortunately, it's a big nothing burger. But I believe Clint wanted to hop back on.
Clint's back.
Feels like he spent a little bit too much time on flat Earth, and he wants to ask a different type of question. So go ahead, Clint. This will unfortunately have to be our last question on panel.
I remember you were talking about some of the biblical stuff and the Nephilim and so on, and you know the. Well, I mentioned in the chat how Icke stole Zechariah Sitchin's and Jordan Maxwell's work in a way, and that like it's like the whole reptilian thing is a very strange thing. Whereas you know, one of my theories might be that they are possibly channeling spirits in these ceremonial magic occult meetings. You know, where the high magician turns into a reptile. I mean, have you ever read anything similar or came to similar research conclusions? Or
what's the question? I wasn't following the question. Say it again.
About the basically about Satanists and how in their supposed rituals that the high priest will turn into a reptilian or a goat creature, or that the goat creature or reptilian will appear.
Oh, absolutely. I've heard many stories like that. I remember this one missionary, David Hogan. He raised like 30 people from the dead, and his team has raised like 500 people from the dead. He's like a missionary in Mexico. And he said early on, he was down there about 5 years, and he was going to this one village. He's like in the mountains of Mexico. He's walking through the jungle in the middle of the night. It's crazy. And a witch doctor met him and told him, "You can't come to the village with your powers." And he was like, "Shut up in the name of Jesus." And the dude like turned into, I think it was a werewolf right in front of him. Totally morphed into a werewolf.
Can you hear me now? Let's try one more time.
Charlie, it looks like things somehow worked out, and we got you.
Oh, okay. We lost the other guy. We've morphed into Charlie. Charlie was the other guy, right?
Yeah. Clint was very gracious. He made way for Charlie.
Oh,
Charlie,
sweet.
go ahead. This is your chance.
Why isn't it working?
It's working. We can hear you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Everyone can see and hear you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I cannot hear you.
Oh, no. You can't hear us, you're saying.
Mike Cam.
Poor Charlie.
What a bummer. I was so looking forward to what he had to say. Charlie, I do apologize.
I can actually hang out for another minute. My thing is until 8:15, so I got a few more minutes. So.
Testing. Hello. Why is
Here
it
comes
working?
Charlie
Can you hear me?
again.
Charlie, just,
I cannot hear
just
you.
say
You
what
can hear
you
me. I cannot hear you.
just ask your
I
question.
can't hear you. I can see you in the chat room. It says we can hear you. Okay, listen, I can't hear you guys, but here's my wrap up of what all you guys are talking about. First and foremost, none of you are making any sense. You're going on about these wild theories. You're talking about the Christ, the Antichrist. You're talking about flat Earth. You guys just love hearing yourselves speak. You're just rambling on and on and on. It truly is. No, I'm not doing a catalog. I can't. Why can't I hear you guys? I can't hear. What am I doing wrong?
You know what? Charlie, that's great, man. It sounds like you just kind of want to tear us down, so I'm gonna let you go. But thanks for trying so hard to get on here. If you want to come on here and yell at us or call us weirdos or whatever, we'll have to do that another time. John, thank you for your patience.
Yeah, no problem, man. That was fun.
My God, yeah. You've been awesome. Thank you so much for all of your time. But let's go ahead and close things out. I want to give you enough time to get ready for your next interview.
All right, thank you. Yeah,
you have great endurance, by the way, great radio endurance. But why don't you go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and open up things one more time, like I always do for my guests. And feel free to hop up on that podium one more time, say what you'd like to say to my audience out there, and feel free to follow that up with anything and everything that you would like to plug: social media, emails, upcoming appearances, your book, anything at all that you would like to plug.
Sweet.
John, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Sweet. All right. So one last tip is I learned this when I was still living with my wife and kids, and but I was being silent, and we would be watching TV, and the term conspiracy theorist would come up, and then they would like turn at me and like, giggle or whatever, and I'm like, you know what? I'm watching your boundary. I'm not saying anything, but I want some respect too. So this is something I figured out during that period. If anybody invokes the term conspiracy theorist, crazy, kook, fringe, any kind of that shaming stuff, you hold up your finger and you say, excuse me, I may be mistaken, but I'm not crazy. And I'd appreciate it if you didn't use that terminology in my presence, because it's very offensive. It's very insulting. A lot of people told me that's $1 million secret. That's helped me. So you could take that and run with it. And there's a lot more like that in the book. It's called The Conspiracy Theorist Survival Guide. It's on Amazon, and you can get it in paperback or audio version. And you can find it from my website, which is wakeuporelse.com. And then, come over and check out the YouTube channel. There's lots of videos on how to walk through this world as a Christian truther. And that's Wake Up or Else on YouTube.
Awesome. And John, you, like I said earlier, you have been great. Excellent show. You gave us nearly 2 hours of your time. It was great all the way through. I appreciate you taking questions from everybody. Appreciate your patience and goodwill. And I would definitely love to have you on again in the future, and we'll get caught up on whatever you're working on or whatever you're researching.
For sure. Do it. You got the link. Whenever you're ready, just book it, man. I'll be glad to come back. It was awesome.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I will talk to you next time, my friend.
Thank you, my friend Daniel. Good to see you. And thanks, guys, for listening. We'll catch you soon.
And that was John Kerwin. My God. Great show. Great show until Charlie showed up. I'm just kidding, Charlie. I'm just kidding. We'll try again with you, of course. Hopefully. I don't know why you would be able to talk but not hear us. I think that either you need to go to your settings down there and go to audio, and you might have to make some adjustments in there. You may have to change your what am I trying to say? Your device or something like that. I don't know exactly what's going on with you. It's hard to diagnose. But it is that time. It's time. It's the halfway point of our show. It's time for our podcast within a podcast. Let's see if Dr. Robert is ready to do his mini show. Dr. Robert, are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here, man. Let's go. Let's go on to part
All
two.
right.
And if we don't
All right.
get through it all today, then we'll just go jump to Manson next week, because I got a good show for you guys on Manson next week.
All right. Dr. Robert, please take the wheel and steer.
Groovy. Welcome to Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert. The podcast, one question can make you look taller, and then another can make you look small, very small. My name is Dr. Robert, and I'm your host. Well, kind of. Danny Boy is the host with the most, and this show is just a mere segment of In the Days radio. In today's episode 4.5, we're going to dive deep into our investigation on whether a secret Nazi cabal is transpiring in the U.S. corridors of political power and influence. Dun, dun, dun. And again, we will continue our discussion of basic mind control tactics that I'm sure were deployed by Charlie Manson and used against the impressionable young Manson family members. As I said before, the following is a tweaked version of a talk my spiritual mentor, DS, gave to his disciples so that we can share with the uninformed American public the demonic forces at play in their lives, in the lives of all their children too. In our next episode, we return to Charlie Manson and a tour of his home, town, and many other adventures relevant to our tale. Now I believe we last left off on what he called the second thought-stopping technique, i.e., spiritual meditation. Here's the kicker. If you spend 90 minutes or more a day in meditation, after a few weeks, there's a high probability that you will not return to full beta consciousness. You will remain in a fixed state of alpha for as long as you continue to meditate. Now, my mentor and I are not saying that this is bad if you do it yourself. It may be very beneficial, who knows? But know that you are causing your mind to go flat. My mentor, DS, worked with meditators on an EEG machine, and the results are conclusive. The more you meditate, the flatter your mind becomes, until eventually, and especially if used to excess or in combination with decognition, all thought, according to my mentor, apparently stops, which eerily reminds me of the infamous Manson song that turned one of the Beach Boys on. I believe it went something like this. Pretty girl, pretty girl, cease to exist and just come and say you love me. Cease to exist and just come and say you love me. Now, many spiritual groups call this nirvana, which is just another fucking manipulation. What many refer to as nirvana is nothing but a simple mental state with a predictable physiological result. If heaven on earth is non-thinking and non-involvement, then I seriously fucking question why we're all here. Seriously. The third thought-stopping technique is chanting. Often, chanting in meditation. Note that speaking in tongues could also be included in this category. All three thought-stopping techniques produce an altered state of consciousness. This may be desirable if you are controlling the process, for you also control the input. I use at least one self-hypnosis programming session every day, and I know how beneficial it is for me. But you need to know, if you use these techniques to the degree of remaining continually in alpha, that although you'll be very mellow, you will also be more suggestible. Feel me? Although you may be very mellow, you will also be more suggestible. Now, moving right along to true believers in mass movements. Before ending our discussion, I want to talk about the people who are most susceptible to conversion in joining mass movements. I and my mentor are convinced that at least a third of the population is what Eric Hoffer calls true fucking believers. They are joiners and followers, people who want to give away their power. They look for answers, meaning, and enlightenment outside themselves. Hoffer's book, The True Believer, Harper and Row, 1951, is a classic on mass movements. He says true believers are not intent on boistering and advancing a cherished self, but are those craving to rid of an unwanted self. They are followers not because of desire for self-advancement, but because it satisfies their passion for self-renunciation. Hofford also says that true believers are internally incomplete and internally insecure. Chew on that for a bit. Internally incomplete and eternally insecure. In his years of conducting seminar trainings, DS consistently ran into deep true believers. In response, all he could do was advise them to speak or to seek the true self within, where meaningful personal answers will be found. He taught us that the basics of spirituality are found in self-responsibility, karma, and the attainment of self-actualization, being compassionate, while also accepting others without judgment, expectation, blame, or attempting to control. But most of the true believers he encountered would just tell him that he was not spiritual and go looking for someone who would give them the dogma and structure they desired. Ladies and gentlemen, never, ever underestimate the potential danger of these people. They can easily be molded into fanatics who will gladly work and die for their holy cause. It is a substitute of their lost faith in themselves and offers a substitute for individual hope. Hitler's brown shirts were true believers. The moral majority is made up of true believers. All cults are composed of true believers. You will find them in politics, churches, businesses, and social cause groups. They are the fanatics in these organizations. Mass movements will usually have a charismatic leader. The followers want to convert others to their way of living, to impose a new way of life, if necessary, by legislating laws and forcing others to their view, as evidenced by the activities of the moral majority. This means enforcement by guns or punishment, which is the bottom line in law enforcement. A common hatred, enemy, or devil is essential to the success of a mass movement. Hitler's devils was the Jew. The born again Christians have Satan himself, but that isn't enough. They added the New Age, and all who oppose their integration of church and politics as evidence in the political re-election campaigns against those who oppose their views. In revolutions, the devil is usually the ruling power or aristocracies. Some human potential movements, think Tony Robbins, are far too clever to ask their graduates to join anything, thus labeling themselves as a cult. But upon close examination, you will find that their devil is everyone who hasn't taken their fucking training. Those goddamn bastards. There are mass movements without devils too, but they seldom attain major status. True believers are mentally unbalanced or insecure people, or those without hope or friends. People don't look for allies when they love, but they do when they hate or become obsessed with a cause. Those who desire a new life and a new order feel the old ways must be eliminated before the new order can be built. Think that through. Persuasion techniques. Persuasion now isn't technically brainwashing, but it is a manipulation of the human mind without the manipulated party being aware of what caused his opinion or her opinion shift. Unfortunately, I only have time to very basically introduce to you a few of the many techniques in use today. But the basis of persuasion is always to access, pay attention, ladies and gentlemen, your right brain. The left half of your brain is analytical and rational. The right half is creative and imaginative. That is overly simplified, but it makes my point. So check this out. The idea is to distract the left brain and keep it busy. Ideally, the persuader generates an eyes open, altered state of consciousness, causing you to shift from beta awareness into alpha, a shift that can be measured on an EEG machine, meaning it's been objectively verified. Let that shit sink in. First, let me give you an example of distracting the left brain. Politicians use these powerful techniques all the time. Lawyers use many variations, which I've been told they call tightening the noose. Ominous. Tightening the noose. That's an interesting phrase there. Assuming for a moment that you're watching a politician give a speech, first he might generate what is called a yes set. These are statements that will cause most listeners to agree. They might even unknowingly nod their heads in agreement. Next, ladies and gentlemen, comes the truisms. These are usually facts that can be debated, but once the politician has his audience agreeing, the odds are in the politician's favor that the audience won't stop to think for themselves, thus continuing to agree. Last comes the suggestion. This is what the politician wants you to do. Since you have been agreeing all along, you can be persuaded to accept the suggestion. Now, if you listen closely to my political speech, you will find that the first three statements are the yes set. The next three are truisms, and the last is a suggestion.
Yeah.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, are you angry about high food prices? Are you tired of astronomical gas prices? Are you sick of out of control inflation? Well, you know the other party allowed 18% inflation last year. You know crime has increased 50% nationwide in the last 12 months. And you know your paycheck hardly covers your expenses anymore. Well, the answer to resolving these problems is to elect John Jones to the U.S. Senate with a smile and a grin. You've heard it all before. But you might also watch for what are called embedded commands. As an example, on keywords, the speaker makes a gesture with his left hand, which research has shown is more apt to access your right brain. Today's media-oriented politicians and spellbinders are often carefully trained by a whole new breed of motherfucking specialists who are using every trick in the motherfucking book, both old and new in the motherfucking book, to manipulate you into accepting their candidate. Now, neuro-linguistic programming. You probably heard of that before. The concept and techniques of neuro-linguistics are so heavily protected that my mentor found out the hard way that even talking about them publicly or in print results in severe, threatening legal action. Yet, neuro-linguistic training is readily available to anyone willing to devote the time and pay the price. It is some of the most subtle and powerful manipulations I've ever seen. A good friend who recently attended a 2-week seminar on neurolinguistics found that many of those she talked to during the breaks were, you guessed it, government fucking people. Government fucking people. Now moving on along to the interspersal technique. This, ladies and gentlemen, is another slippery manipulation. It's called an interspersal technique, and the idea is to say one thing with words, but plant a subconscious impression of something else in the minds of the listeners and viewers. A common one in the seductive community goes like this. I see you're in need of love and hot penis in your life. Said fast and correctly, it sounds like you're in need of love and happiness in your life. But the subconscious picks it up as hot penis in your life. You say it fast, it sounds like happiness. Another example. Assume you're watching a television commentator make the following statement. Senator Johnson is assisting local authorities to clear up the stupid mistakes of the companies contributing to the nuclear waste problems. It sounds like a statement of fact, but if the speaker emphasizes the right word, and especially if he makes the proper hand gestures on the keywords, you can be left with the subconscious impression that Senator John is stupid. Senator John is stupid. You are stupid. You are stupid. And you know why I won this election? Because you are stupid. You are stupid. That was the subliminal goal of the statement. And the speaker cannot be sued for what? Libel. Persuasion techniques are also frequently used on a much smaller scale with just as much effectiveness. The insurance salesman knows his pitch is likely to be more effective if he can get you to visualize something in your mind. This right brain communication. For instance, he might pause in his conversation, look slowly around your living room and say, can you just imagine this beautiful home burning to the ground? Fucking scumbags. Of course you can. It's one of your unconscious fears. And in forcing you to visualize it, you're more likely to be manipulated into signing his insurance policy. Those goddamn fucking bastards. The cults operating in every airport use what I call shock and confusion techniques to distract the left brain and communicate directly with the right brain. While waiting for a plane, I once watched one operate for over an hour. He had a technique of almost jumping in front of someone. Initially, his voice was loud, then dropped as he made his pitch to take a book and contribute money to the cause. Usually, when people are shocked, they immediately withdraw. In this case, they were shocked by the strange appearance, sudden materialization, and loud voice of the devotee. In other words, the people went into an alpha state for security because they didn't want to confront the reality before them. In alpha, they were highly suggestible, so they responded to the suggestion of taking the book. The moment they took the book, they felt guilty and responded to the second suggestion, giving money. We are all conditioned that if someone gives us something, we have to give them something in return. While watching this hustle, I was close enough to notice that many of the people he stopped exhibited outward signs of alpha. Their eyes were dilated. Moving on along to subliminal programming. Subliminals are hidden suggestions perceived only by your subconscious mind. They can be audio suggestions, hidden behind music, visual suggestions, airbrushed or cleverly incorporated into a picture or design, or words, images flashed on the screen so fast that you do not consciously see them. Some subliminal programming tapes offer verbal suggestions recorded at low volumes. I question the efficiency of this technique. If subliminals are not perceptible, they cannot be effective. And subliminals recorded below the audio threshold are therefore useless. The oldest audio subliminal technique uses a voice that follows the volume of the music, so subliminals are impossible to detect without a parametric equalizer. But this technique is patented, and when I wanted to develop my line of subliminal audio cassettes, which I'll be introducing soon, negotiations with the patent holder proved to be unsatisfactory. My attorney obtained copies of the patents, which I gave to a talented Hollywood sound engineer, asking them to create new technique. They found a way to psychoacoustically modify, synthesize the suggestions so that they are projected in the same chord and frequency as music, thus giving them the effect of being part of the music. But we found that in using this technique, there's no way to reduce various frequencies to detect the subliminals. In other words, although suggestions are being heard by the subconscious mind, they cannot be monitored with even the most sophisticated equipment. If we were able to come up with this technique as easily as we did, I can only imagine how sophisticated the technology has become with government or advertising funding. And I shudder to think about the propaganda commercials, manipulation that we are exposed to daily. There is simply no way to know what is behind the music you hear. It may even be possible to hide a second voice behind the voice which you are listening to. There is a series of books by Brian K., PhD, on subliminals in advertising and political campaigns. Well documents the misuse in many areas, especially printed advertising in newspapers, magazines, and posters. The big question about subliminals is, do they work? Based on response from those who have used my tapes, the answer is yes, unequivocally yes. Subliminal suggestions behind the music department stores can be advertising customers not to shoplift. An East Coast department store chain reported a 37% reduction in thefts the first 9 months of testing. A 1984 article in Technical Newsletter, Brain Mind Bulletin states that as much as 99% of our cognitive activity may be non-conscious. According to Director of the Laboratory of Cognitive Psychophysiology at the University of Illinois, the lengthy reports tend with the statement, these findings support the use of subliminal approaches, such as tape suggestions for weight loss, and the therapeutic use of hypnosis and neurolinguistic programming. My time is up, ladies and gentlemen. I will return to this later, maybe after next week when we go back into Manson. We'll go over what we call mass misuse of these techniques. Now back to Daniel. Over and out.
Sorry, had to unmute my mic. Thank you so much, Dr. Robert, for another episode of Down the Rabbit Hole. That was excellent. Always a treat to learn more and more about mind control. As somebody that has worked in sales and marketing my whole life, pretty much. I mean, I did a little bit of like construction stuff when I was, out of high school. I'm not a college educated person. I had to kind of grind my way through life, if that makes sense, like a lot of you guys out there. And as somebody that, for whatever reason, wound up in the world of like sales and marketing, this stuff really resonates with me. It really, it really strikes a chord because that's pretty much all we do. I hate to say it, but it's mind control. Madison Avenue. Like if you guys have ever watched the show, what's it called? Something Men. Mad Men, right? Mad Men with Don Draper. It's all about this stuff. Great show, by the way, besides the last season, like most shows. Welcome back, everybody, to End of Days Radio. Once again, I am your host, Daniel, the great American truther, badass, and sometimes nerd, broadcasting to you from that itty gritty and oftentimes shitty Emerald City, right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. It is good to be alive. It is good to be broadcasting tonight. A comment from Al, Martian Medicine Man, Triple M. Have you ever considered that Dr. Robert is practicing mind control with this segment? Who knows? He could be. I'm sure he's using it for positive means. Let's go ahead and shoot out that mind-blowing. Mind-blowing moment of the day. I'd have to say that, for me at least, the mind-blowing moment of the day would have to be when our guest, John Kerwin, began speaking about the Bible Code. Now, I was always familiar with the book, The Bible Code. I think the author was Michael Drosden. But I have been aware that, I have been made aware through others that there's more to the Bible Code than that book. In fact, the Bible Code was already discovered a long time before that book ever came out. And that book ended up being huge. I'm pretty sure it was a bestseller and it was debunked supposedly several times. But I don't think it was ever really fully debunked, if that makes sense. Plus, there's way more types of codes and mathematics in the Bible than that book even gets into. And I think we got a little bit of a taste of that tonight, which is fascinating for me. And I would hold that there's even another code along with that too. There's a etymology, symbology type of code in there as well. And I don't think anybody's really cracked that one yet. And Martian Medicine Man says gematria. Yeah, the Hebrew gematria, that's definitely a part of the equation as well. Before we bring our panel back on, just want to run through some news real quick. We addressed a lot of these things already, but I do want to kind of, set up our discussion. And if the guys want to talk about this stuff, great. If they don't, that's okay too. If they have their own notes, own news that they brought along with them, that is fine as well. First news story, aliens at Miami Mall. This is from NBCnews.com. The police say laugh out loud. Teens running, police converging, and a gray splotch that appears to be moving. Videos from an outdoor mall in Miami stoked wild claims this week on social media that aliens had landed on Earth. Aliens had landed on Earth, but the truth is far more terrestrial. So they're debunking it before they even get started. On Monday, a group of roughly 50 teenagers caused a riot at Bayside Marketplace, an outdoor mall roughly 5 miles from South Beach. According to the Miami Police Department, the teens were setting off fireworks, which led to some panic. And I'm just going to kind of stop there because it goes on to just keep debunking the claims over and over. And at the same time that this is instantly getting debunked, others are coming out with videos that say videos and statements that say, no, there was something there. I saw this 8-foot tall alien. There was even a video that I saw on X earlier, X formerly known as Twitter, or it might have been on Insta, I don't remember, but it showed a tall, shadowy figure kind of moving in the background of one of these videos. Way too tall. It had to be at least 8 feet tall. So what do you make of that? Is this the false alien invasion? Is this just a bunch of panic, a mob mentality? Is this a experiment to see how people react? I can't help but think of War of the Worlds and the way people reacted to that. And I've been hearing nonstop through, different channels, people that claim to be a part of the Illuminati, claim to have backstage inside information. The most prominent probably being Mo Othman, who I've mentioned on this program many times. I think most of his social media accounts have been deleted. But for those who were able to witness his stuff in 2020 when it was rolling out, I think you would agree with me that this guy is definitely Illuminati. He says that he is, but he claims to be from the good side, if there is one. But he had on his Twitter account, or X now, he had a pinned message talking about the false alien invasion. There were several other predictions that he made that were right. There were several that were wrong. All these people were coming forward and debunking them. The whole thing had a very psyop feel to it. And he's not the only one. Others, going back to William Cooper, have been warning us about a false alien invasion using holograms, or it could be demons. We talked about that earlier. Demons or fallen angels can shapeshift. They can appear how they so choose. So, again, these things are more powerful than we give them credit. The thing about lifting Christ in the air and threatening to slam him against rocks, et cetera, et cetera. They can do stuff like that. They can make your light bulbs explode and knock you around the room and do stuff like that. Probably much more. But they hide their existence. This one, hidden passageways beneath New York Chabad building drives chaos and anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. This is from Vice.com. A tunnel gate circulates on Twitter. It's not called Twitter anymore. The far right and the broader conspiratorial universe seize on an irresistible combination of words. A bizarre situation unfolding within the Orthodox Jewish Chabad Lubavitch movement is going viral in the wider world, driving a raft of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories online and reviving some of the oldest slurs against Jewish communities. At issue are a group of buildings that surround 770 Eastern Parkway in Brooklyn, New York, the world headquarters for the Chabad Lubavitch movement. At some point, when exactly remains unclear, a group of yeshiva students described as extremists in quotes by a spokesperson for Chabad Lubavitch, are said to have knocked down walls between two adjoining buildings, 784 and 788 Eastern Parkway, to create a passageway that wasn't there previously. Attempts to repair the damage resulted in a brawl, massive police presence, several arrests, and irresistible catnip for conspiracy peddlers. And I'm going to stop right there. You know, these articles, they debunk it before they even start talking. Like, how manipulative is that? Not that I know necessarily what's going on in these tunnels, but like I said on social media, Jewish people, prominent Jewish people using tunnels goes back to the days of the Rothschilds. That's how they move their wealth around. That's how they created their financial empire. Because whenever some king or another rich person or someone with power decide to go in and take these guys out of the game because they saw them getting more and more powerful, they would use secret language, which was probably just Hebrew or Aramaic or something like that, and they would communicate with each other, and they would move their wealth around through these secret tunnels and these hidden locations. So this is nothing new. What they were doing down there, I don't know. It sounds creepy. There's accusations of pedophilia going around, and it's impossible to say what is sparking this, if it's true or not. But they always seem to want to attach these things to the right. Oh, there's those right-wing conspiracy theories. There's those Q people, those MAGA people, as if now the right has become synonymous with conspiracy. That was never the case before. In my opinion, it is definitely a little bit of a agenda going on there, a way to make the left's making the right look completely insane. And you often see the opposite happen too, where the so-called liberals, it's pointed out how extreme and off the rocker they can be. Other than that, a couple more things real quick. I have heard rumors of war, or I've heard rumors of war. I've heard that there's going to be more wars breaking out, is what I'm trying to say. Same thing. Certain sources that claim to be connected to something or another have said that Gaza and Ukraine, it's not the end of it. We're going to see several more little mini wars, maybe proxy wars, conflicts break out in different areas of the world. And not long after I heard this, it was announced that the U.S. was conducting airstrikes against Yemen. So definitely there is fire where there is smoke. There is more conflict happening. The war horseman has been unleashed. And finally, one more quick bit of news. This is from the Renegade Tribune. Diego, intelligence organization for the U.S. government, predicts massive global depopulation, 50 to 80% by 2025. According to their own website, Deagle.com, DEAGEL.com, Diego provides news and intelligence on international military aviation and advanced technologies. Few people know of this website, and even more claim the organization doesn't legitimately exist at all. Am I getting swerved here? Despite the overwhelming suppression of its significance, WikiLeaks documents have revealed it was legitimately used as reference material in a Stratfor report. Stratfor, I think that was the organization that was linked to Alex Jones. Stratfor report on the technological capabilities of the People's Republic of North Korea. According to their own website, Dago.com, Dago provides news and intelligence on international military aviation and advanced technologies. Blah, blah, blah. Dago's reports, in particular, the aforementioned research on North Korea, were also provided by the president. Blah, blah, blah. This highly regarded intelligence organization has a grim outlook for the United States in the coming years, including a 78% decrease in population. In fact, it predicts a similar cataclysmic fate for the United Kingdom, Australia, Germany, Japan, and Denmark, and more U.S. allied nations. The forecast is, like, in 2013, the population was 316 million. They're saying by 2025, the population will be 69 million. And the article continues on, but I'm going to stop it there because I do not want to bore you guys to tears. And we got a panel to get back to, but just wanted to talk a little bit of smack and let you guys know that we're all going to die. Okay, enough of this. Let's bring on them boys.
We don't die, we multiply.
What's up, baby? Oh, Todd's in the house. What's up, Todd?
Oh, hello.
Die, we multiply. Man? It's good seeing you.
I am so good. I'm so glad to see all you. Look at this. I got my 4 best buddies in the house
Groovy,
How come I
man.
don't think your
Groovy.
apartment almost?
Most appreciated.
because I got the same bookcase in the corner.
In the same
I can dig
place.
it, man. It's good seeing you.
Anyways, what's going on, gentlemen? What's going on? How is everybody?
I seen on Twitter there was some people that were saying they liked hundreds of the Miami alien videos, and then they disappeared the next day. The videos, all their likes, and I thought that was interesting. I seen one video where there was something on the front of the mall, some kind of blurry, like a jellyfish type phenomenon.
A video recording of this.
Yeah, where the police were in front of one of the mall entrances, and that there was like a see-through ghost type thing.
Yeah.
Then, there was another picture that was going around that was a some kind of people were claiming it was AI, but it was some kind of black robed figure that was like 8 feet tall.
And you know what else was going on, Clint? Did you know Dan Bongino, the radio show guy?
I'm not familiar.
Okay, he's the biggest fucking conservative talk show, right-wing, cool radio dude, Dan Bongino. He was saying he had aliens, or not aliens, there was the people took pictures up in the sky, and there were formations of light and giant cloud formations coming off of some
I
kind
saw
of
those
weird...
videos. They have some of those videos on TikTok.
Portables, yeah.
Or something above the
he
mall.
took pictures
over Miami.
He took pictures from his backyard, and he talked about it on his radio show about how here's what I seen. You tell me what this is.
Can we say Project Bluebeam?
But you remember that movie from like 1979 with the lights and the aliens? That's done by Steven Spielberg.
Oh yeah, Close Encounters.
There's so many videos.
Close Encounters was the shit.
Yeah,
well, it might have been some type of non-fiction movie where a lot of the UFO sightings have these weird light patterns in the sky.
Yeah,
not to mention the fact that they were all being told to go to the Devil's Tower, which
Tower,
very well might be a tree from the pre-flood world that's been fossilized.
Kind of like we're all being told to come to Daniel's show. You know,
Talking about that on TikTok too. Somebody made a video about that on TikTok about that tree, like that giant tree.
Yeah, Devil's Tower.
And
that what you're talking about?
They're all over the world.
What would the that's
some
interesting.
people believe those are actual trees. Those are the roots of trees that grew long ago.
What if it's a symbol? I mean, most like a devil and tower. Tower is a tarot card.
Give the devil, yeah.
Devil's a tarot card.
Okay, John, Dan, I'm done.
He's getting dizzy headbanging.
Give the devil, yeah.
From doing my arm back and forth like this.
Face over the flame.
That was like a video effect for using a music video movie.
It's like mind control.
I like that.
That was trippy.
I'm gonna make some music videos. I gotta take up some shit to record and stuff.
Yeah,
anyways,
hey, you guys know we're watching. You guys know we're watching a movie, right? All this shit you're seeing on TV, it's just a movie.
Well, there was a TikTok where there was a UFO, and it was like it was right by me, and it was just like a Celtic knot pattern. The light pattern.
I'm not gonna lie, man. There's some good shit on TikTok. If you want to see some trippy shit, go
definitely.
to TikTok. And they got a search engine too, like alien footage. It's that easy, and you get all that shit. And there's some crazy shit on there. I'm serious, man. Just search TikTok, dude. You'll be shocked. It's some good
I've been
fucking
afraid to
videos
download
on
TikTok
about all this shit.
Tiny
well, I ain't getting on TikTok. I can watch crazy shit on YouTube. Why do I go to TikTok?
Well, it's crazy.
Why add one more demonic?
Well, TikTok is like just real short. It just gives you the meat of it real fast. You don't have to go through all like the boring bullshit.
Israel or China?
It just shows you what you need to knit. It just gives you the conclusion and just shows you whatever little evidence they have real quick.
Yeah.
For like 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's all short.
Cool, but I mean, it is owned by the Communist Party of China.
Yeah, CCP.
All I know is that everybody's conspiracies were true, and then Trump came along and frickin' destroyed everybody. Now we're just watching a
You know,
movie.
when all
What
my
would have
pills on
happened?
TikTok.
We're watching a movie. What would have happened had the deep state been allowed to continue with their agenda? We're all millionaires now and don't even know it yet.
Hey,
Yeah.
do you know what a tongue drum is?
What?
Not familiar. Is that
I know what a rain drum is. Is that like
Well,
tongue
it's
punching a
crazy.
fart box?
It's this crazy type of drum that we're thinking about getting for the show, and you just take these little. It's kind of like a xylophone, and it makes kind of a similar sound, but it's more like
Bong, bong, bong.
yeah, kind of like that. But it sounds really trippy.
Nice.
Talking about one of those little frickin', it's like a horn, but it's got keys on it.
Oh, that's
My nephew's got one of those. I can't remember what it's called. My nephew's got.
I got a synthesizer. I could bust out some background type noise.
Oh,
stuff.
definitely. You know, Clint. I didn't want to ask you, but man, it'd be cool if you could pop off a end of days radio rap tune for us.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I could make a metal.
You rap. Oh, metal rap, whatever. Fuck you. You lay down some tracks. I was listening to you slinging some lyrics. It's incredible. Fuck, if you can do one of those for Daniel, we'd appreciate that.
Oh, yeah,
I would.
I mean, I tried to sing over this AC/DC cover band once, and that
Do that for Daniel's show, Highway to Hell.
Well, they had like a Van Halen
Hell,
type.
and, do an end of days. We're at the end of days radio.
Well, it's really weird. Like the trying to write the rap lyrics is like way more difficult, it seemed, than the rap lyrics. Even though there's more words in the rap lyrics and more complexity, the rap lyrics were really tough to write.
Al can send you some original guitar riffs, and you could lay your tracks over that, lay your lyrics over that. And then may I say, Dr. Robert, you have a beautiful singing voice.
Oh yeah, that was some
you
nice.
Telling us about in the mind control about how they use their voice.
Yeah, that was Manson's song, man. That's why I put it right there, man. Like, you know, because those are his tactics, man. That's all that new age shit, man. That shit is making us more suggestible, man.
Totally.
Remember all the songs that were recorded?
Yeah, Who's This? That's the one that like the Beach Boy fell in love with. That really made man pissed off. This is like one of the stories, basically.
No, there's an album out there of all the bands that did Charles Manson's songs.
To exist, and he changed it to cease to exist, and Manson lost his fucking mind.
He knew what the hell was going on. They locked him up because he knew what the hell was going on.
Manson was a mind control. Manson was a mind control.
If you really listen to Manson and like get past the programming like they instilled in us about him being crazy and just like really listen to him, dude. Like Manson has a lot of fucking game.
Well,
dude.
Dr. Robert, Manson worked for. I mean, the government. It's on record. They came in with the MK Ultra program and tested LSD on people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. And then he replicated it and used it on no girls, man. Let me tell you, man. Helter Skelter, right? Helter Skelter is a government assassination unit.
Totally.
That's what Helter Skelter is.
Check this out. Manson, his last name wasn't originally Manson. And if you think of the word man-son, think about that word. It's
son of man.
Yeah, well, his mother got married to someone else. His real father is Colonel Scott. So his real name is Scott. And then his mother got remarried to a Manson. So Manson is not his real name. It's his stepfather's name. He took on the name of his stepfather.
Kind of like Jim Morrison. His stepfather worked for the intelligence agencies, in the Gulf of Tonkin.
His stepfather was also a 33rd degree, Jim Morrison's real dad was a 33rd degree Mason.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Antichrist Project. So basically what they do is that they create like these figures who kind of come off as Jesus. They kind of manipulate you. They kind of take advantage of true believers. See, that's why they like this is documented about the FBI, and they're just and he's writing to Hoover from Philadelphia, right? Mm-hmm. And he's trying to explain to Hoover, right, that he sees how you can weaponize the New Age movement.
Oh yeah. And
so
you're talking
that's
about
what they did basically.
Yeah, you're talking about
the New Age movement.
They can
people. So basically, when you're taking LSD and you're meditating and your mind is going flat, and then they're hitting you with all these suggestions. They're creating
Yeah.
all these many like assassination units. And that's what
yeah.
Helter
Totally.
Skelter was. It was a government operation of
The 60s.
occult assassins. Helter
It's like
Skelter.
Yeah,
It's a
they're
government
brainwashed.
operation.
The brainwashed assassins. They all the school shooters are Marxists, and
Mhm.
the communists create these brainwashed people that are like. And keep in mind, the communist is Illuminati, and the
Yeah.
same people that made the Nazis and the socialist movement, and that they make
They're all connected.
people, that are individuals on a small level that do drastic fucked up things to help the Illuminists with their goals.
Well, listen. They've been experimenting, but before they put it operational, they've been experimenting outside of our country, right?
Oh, yeah.
Our country's been experimenting in South America on how to raise the most intense dictatorship.
Where they experimented first with us, and see they did, and that's when you have Manson.
But then they
Son of
experienced
Sam and
mass
all those
scale,
people.
though.
And then once
They
they thought it was effective in these little small situations that they had complete control over because it was in their own country, then they moved it and started to test it on the world
on mass scale.
Yeah.
Mass.
It's like
that's what the
individuals.
destabilization of the black community is about. That's where they first tested that shit on like that black community.
Yeah,
Then when they saw it worked,
well,
then they moved it on to the world stage, and they did it into some of the American heartland too.
Well, they're also behind the social movement and the way the society.
They just search for true belief. You can always convince. That's why they go in there. They find they have a system for it. You want to find like the angriest one, the one in the corner. Then you want to kind of rile him up a little bit. No one's really taking action, man. You see those movies? Like, all you guys do is talk. No one's really taking fucking action, man.
Totally.
And then one guy comes up to me and goes, you know what I mean? You're right, man. I agree with you, man. You know what I mean? We need to take action, man. All of a sudden you build the bomb, getting bomb parts, and then as soon as you get ready to pull off operation, your fucking ass gets busted, dude.
What's the thing?
They know everything that's going on. They know everything that's going on already.
Yeah.
So go with that. Assume that immediately.
The Guy Fawkes scenario.
If you think you're sneaking one around on them, all they do is sneak around and dig tunnels underground all day long. Tunnels in your mind and underground in real life. So
they want people to make a civil war, and that's why we need peace.
They're trying to cause an uprising. That's why we need to be smarter. We need to be smarter.
Yeah, that's why they've been having FEMA camps, FEMA camps for like 4 years now and shit like that. I think it's a little longer than that now. I just saw a video with Cat Williams talking about that. Yeah, but there's something to that shit. So you already have the FEMA camps created. I mean, you could put the puzzles together.
Did you see how the Democrats? Did you see?
I didn't see the Cat
Hold on.
Go ahead, Todd.
Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
Did you see how the Democrats put up a bill yesterday or day before, trying to neuter militias, trying to take power away from militias and make it easier to
taking away the guns, man? Because
militias are just people that get together,
you remember that? You remember that little like conflict between like the FBI and that rancher? And,
the
ranchers their guns and kind of like capture the higher ground.
Of course.
And they make the FBI back off. That's what those motherfuckers are afraid of, dude. Like just all the American people come together, like blacks and whites, you know what, man? Realizing who's really fucking them and saying, fuck that shit. And then you have like 60% of the American population storming Congress.
You know what scares them? You know what?
Motherfucking bitch, and saying enough is a fucking enough, cuz. And that's
you
why
know what scares them?
Do shit in front of our face, like see us starving and then give money to Ukraine.
Do you know what scares them?
Attention, man.
You know what scares
them? Angry, we see these motherfuckers have the money to cure all our fucking woes. And they give it to a foreign country, dude. That makes you mad in the motherfucker. It's just you can't take it out on them. You take it out on other people. It's just a laboratory experiment.
The communists want to redistribute the wealth of America and make America a third world country.
That's their that's a bullshit message. They want to redistribute the poverty. That's what communists do.
They're actually planning to move all the like industry and stuff to a new German super state that will be rolled out in the next few decades.
And then you'll serve fast food.
It's a German.
They're already building robots and shit, man. We're over here fighting each other.
Oh yeah, they're take your fast food jobs away.
They're already building our replacements, man. Like people don't realize, man, what we're up against, man. We're dealing with motherfuckers, man, who are basically a breakaway nation, dude. You get all these billionaires and the technology. I mean, like Tony Stark shit, like for real.
Yeah,
like Elon's flying the fucking moon.
Dr. Robert,
let's robot just attacked the motherfucking human being at the facility and shit.
Let's hypothesize for a second. They're just like you said. Let's hypothesize. They've already broken away. They're way above us. So what they would do is send down people to get rid of anybody that's going to try to climb the ladder or threaten them. That's all they do. Is protect themselves at the top.
All we did, all this fighting is just buying them more time, man, to set up like their satanic workforce where they can just say, "Fuck you, fucking humans, man. The robots will just do it for us," and then the whole world just breaks down.
Dr. Robert, I know
one of these robots like, protecting them. It starts getting his car blown up and stuff like that.
If your car blows up, it shows over. Yeah, if your car blows up, it shows over you.
They can get a new car, another $400 car.
Oh, fuck it now, man. They get these self-driving cars and shit, man. These electronic cars, man. They just drive you into a fucking tree.
Yeah, that's what they do.
I'm being real with you, man. Like, I'm telling you, man, like, and then you got like AI, right? What if AI just, you know what, man? Because AI is already kind of demonstrating contempt for human beings. Like some of the videos.
Oh, yeah. Because it's being programmed.
We need to get rid of these motherfuckers, man. And all of a sudden, man, you have people driving in the trees and shit, in the mountains, driving off cliffs in these cars and shit.
You get Heath Ledger.
One of our past guests actually got a phone call from Ole Damnegard, and it ended up not being him. Like an AI was impersonating his voice and having a whole conversation with him. That's some scary shit.
Yeah, that's
yeah. No, but it's true. It's true.
Have you reveal your whole plan, man? That's why we have to evolve spiritually. So we don't need their technology. So we can communicate with one another telepathically and shit
You're
like that.
Correct, sir. You are correct.
I'm telling you, dude. And that's what they're trying to block.
We just need tons and tons of LSD. And it's
they already know how to do it, man. You just need to learn and practice the techniques.
No doubt.
That's why the Illuminati destroys these ancient native cultures who practice shamanism with psychedelic plants and fungus. That's why the whole
because they can't have competing gods.
Well, it's like the Luciferian, the Luciferian philosophy agenda has taken over the psychedelic movement with the Luciferian beliefs of man is all one and that we're all God, and that they've hijacked the movement and created a bunch of micro dosing people who aren't actually feeling and having the real spiritual experience of contacting the deity or the plant spirits or the ghosts or whatever.
Right.
There's a lot of counterfeit shit going on.
That's the important part. That's the important part with the psychedelics is the realization, the communication with the plant itself, which means a higher level of communication is going on. That's the important
I'm telling you, every time I was on LSD, man, I was talking to plants every fucking time.
They say it's like the spirit guide. The plant is the
plant.
No, because the universe is just one thing. It's all one body.
Yeah,
it's
the
just
plants
communicating with yourself.
It's the same thing with alcohol.
What other plants to mix them with to get a better effect? That's how deep it goes.
It's the same thing with alcohol. They call it spirits because each form of alcohol has a different spirit. Tequila has a different spirit. It's
fire water.
With
about that shit. Fire water.
Potatoes.
This rabbit hole of
fire water was their crack epidemic. See, they gave the Indians fire water, and then they gave the black people crack. But it's the same concept.
Yeah. Yep. Now they're giving the new young ones MDMA, and it's super advanced micro doses of
LSD. Did you guys know that Nimrod from the Bible was black?
I think I heard
He was a son of
I heard
Cush, and the Cushites were black.
Yeah, right, yeah. I've heard
Nimrod
that.
was well, like the thing about like certain names like that, I've come across stuff where it's like, or like where the kings of the times of all sorts of different cultures will take on this deified rank name, and that their real name will be one thing, but then they'll have this deified rank name, just like how Akhenaten. Yeah, like how Akhenaten wasn't the real name of the guy, that was a rank given to him as a deity. And then the God King ruler concept exists in this day with the Pope as the king of the world, who rules through his adversary countries, Russia and England.
The God King system's been in effect, has never really been out of effect.
Yeah, what was that Vatican 1208 law or whatever, where the Vatican owns England or whatever? I'm not sure if you're familiar with that one, but that was trending recently on Twitter, and I was pretty surprised.
No, but it's not surprising that the Vatican and the City of London, where all the banks are, and Switzerland, where all the money is, and
the royal family
are all
is
connected through the secret
Rothschild cousins.
Real family. Danny, you were talking about the Rothschilds earlier, which is important to carry on there for a second, if I may. The Rothschilds during the Napoleonic era Napoleon was on to the fact they were doing something. I was reading about the Rothschilds recently. And so he was having them searched according to the books, right? If we can trust what they tell us about the books. They were smuggling gold out, back and forth, the Rothschilds, in secret passage or things under the carriages as they were being driven out of town or whatever, right? They'd fill the bottom of it with gold to smuggle their funds out to go fund England against Napoleon.
The Duke of Wellington.
the Order of the Dragon.
Were in all the European countries. They had a son in France and Germany and England, and they made a vast fortune, we're told, off the Napoleonic Wars, right?
Well, one of my favorite historical moments is when they're crowning Napoleon. He gets up, he's like, "No, fuck that! You guys aren't going to make me emperor. I'm going to make myself emperor."
Oh, I love that.
It's interesting because Napoleon was pictured with the hidden hand symbol that he uses hand sign.
True.
In
and
the
he
movie,
was also obsessed with Egypt, just like all the secret societies at the time.
In the movie or in real life?
The map at Dendera. He stole the star map at Dendera. He cut it right off the ceiling.
It's the reason these secret societies are obsessed with Egypt is because they don't want the truth getting out that the real Jews are black.
Well, the whole concept of like the 12 tribes of Israel is a very interesting concept where, I mean, there's this video Simchat Jacob Vici makes. He's some kind of archaeologist, and it's about the 12 tribes. And he hunts these 12 tribes down, because I've always been a skeptic about that whole 12 tribes or 10, whatever tribes it is.
About 12 tribes too. The Mormons have some.
Like, one of them was this group in China, these Chinese people that weren't Chinese, but they were so mixed with the Chinese that they were basically, but they look different, but their customs,
like Mongolians or
like the archaeologist he asked the people, he showed up random fish, and he asked which fish are fish that they will eat. And that they chose the fish that were kosher. And it's like how in China they would blow the ram's horn, and they would wear this black and white plaid scarf, which is a customary thing of the Hebrews.
The Masons too. The Masons have the checkerboard black and white thing.
Well, the Masons practice like Hebrew Kabbalism.
Definitely, yeah. The two twin pillars and black and white and all that. Exactly, that whole system.
Sometimes I believe they speak to the masses through esoteric symbology that is the most mainstream shit. Like Jordan Maxwell points out, the dawn of the new day. which in that V for Visitors movie or TV show, the aliens came and they had a book that they brought which said the dawn of a new day. And that's the words that the Illuminists used and that the communists use for the world.
Oh yeah, they have the slogans they use over and over in every century. You know what's funny is if you go outside of the country and start looking at the histories of all these South American countries and countries over in Europe where the communists took over and they had these battles, you know, earlier in the turn of the 19th century or whatever. So when the communists were taking over in Spain and all this, we were taught totally different histories of what was occurring now as you look back on these struggles between the communists. God, you can barely
before they were communists, they were called Illuminists. And like Adam Weishaupt, the Communist Manifesto was just the rebranded Illuminati doctrine.
That's right.
The taxation of the masses through the graduated income tax. You know, that's not even constitutional. That's not a legal tax.
All the communist planks. The United States basically funded all of our enemies, all of our communist enemies. We funded them before they became our great enemy. They wouldn't even exist if we didn't give them money. Kind of like the Al Qaeda and ISIS and all them nowadays.
It's like that Masonic movie, The Man That Would Be King. That's what they do. They fund both sides. They conquer. They make the enemies join their armies. Then they go conquer more.
Yeah, that's
and they were doing this. They were writing about this in
your own soldiers.
In the 17th century, they were writing about how they understood that the banking families were playing off the countries against each other and getting rich, knowing who would win and loaning money to the countries. They were already playing monopoly with the world.
Yeah, and the reason they were able to do that is because they had the fastest communication out of anybody. They would, and that's what happened at Waterloo. They had their mail system deliver them the news that the Duke of Wellington was winning, and then they put out the news themselves that Napoleon was winning, so the stock market would crash, and then they
guy got there faster 6 hours before, but that was enough to transfer all the wealth.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Wealth of the world into Rothschild's hands, which they used to solidify their banks.
It's like
and the Bank of London has been the most powerful bank on earth ever since.
Well, London existed before England, and that the Rothschild was the Order of the Dragon, and that he eventually bred with the family of the German Crown of England. And that
yeah, that's royalty from over there in like the Caucasus Steppes. Like
all
people
those
think that like the Rothschilds are just like this random rich family that rose to power and all this. No. They had royal blood long before any of that stuff went down with the church, or they begat their financial empire. Their bloodline is much more complicated than that. They just obfuscate that information like they do to everything.
The only reason that we use the Rothschilds as an example is because they are the example that we've all been, read about. They brag about it. They brag about taking down Napoleon. The Rothschilds bragged about how they helped defeat Napoleon. They were operating inside France the whole time and double dealing and smuggling out gold to England so that they could arm England against France. And they brag about how they got rid of him. Yay! Kind of like they're doing now. Wait until they brag about getting rid of the United States. Yay! We got rid of the United States, the horrible country. Now the commies run the world because we've been pulled out.
They don't have any dog in the fight. Us, like the United States to them, is just another sacrificial lamb. They're all excited about taking all these fat, stupid Americans and just roasting them alive. They love that shit.
China owns more land in the United States than any other country in the world. Most countries don't let other countries buy your land. We let every country come and buy our land. You can't even buy land in other countries if you're not from that country.
Just saying, in America we're living in. This is
disgusting.
The New World Order.
Yes, the New World Order.
The New World Order, 1776.
Not to
Dr. Robert, you got any thoughts on this, buddy?
Well, I was going to say something real quick. Not to backtrack.
What you saying? You're going to have to repeat the question.
I just said, Dr. Robert, you got any thoughts on all this Rothschilds, old line money families New World Order system.
True.
I mean, we're
power seems to
talking.
maintain itself. I believe all that shit is true. You know, man,
But
obviously some motherfuckers behind the scenes pulling strings, man.
You know why we go? You know why we go back and talk about Rothschilds, Dr. Robert? The reason we go back and talk about the Rothschilds crap is because the same shit is going on today. Just picture everything going on today and look for the guys, and it's the same guys today doing the same stuff. It's like, wow, they didn't change.
It's a family mission.
Yeah.
See, because didn't you have you have secret societies, right? And then you have families that are structured like a secret society. So the Rothschilds is a family that's structured like a secret society, right?
Yeah.
Because they're all powerful.
Yeah, they're
They're not all powerful. You know, you gotta call motherfuckers like that because all powerful means they're megompetent. They're better than you fucking are. Like they're better than our fucking asses.
The Illuminati believes they are
but
God.
God can get them motherfuckers a heart attack right now and they'll be gone. That's what I mean. So they're megompetent.
Most likely, if you see them, then that's not the real people behind them. They're stepping out, taking the front position.
Look at this shit with Biden, man. I'm just saying this shit, dude. Like, because somebody brought this up. I think it was Tyranny, but he was like, first he criticizes Trump for kind of engaging in conflict without getting congressional approval, right? And then this motherfucker just engaged in conflict without getting congressional approval. You know what I mean? Yeah. At first, you know, you need Congress in order for them to do shit. But then when these motherfuckers want to do some shit for the right people, all of a sudden they can put an executive order out of their ass or some shit like that.
You know what Biden? You know what Biden's gonna go down as? The king of war. He's going to go down as the most war president we ever saw in the history of our
country. The biggest fucking hypocrite
the thing about it is,
you know,
of the world.
He was. You can watch old TV shows, old news footage and stuff. And Bo Biden is a racist, and there's no doubt in my mind that he's probably.
I know that, dude. You don't have to tell me. I just know his error.
That's like the Ku Klux Klan right there.
Yeah, they try to scrub all that stuff.
Where his his pedigree, dude, you can't help but be that.
The Democratic Party is always backed by the Klan because the Democratic Party is the Illuminati goal. It's like you'll see Elon Musk tweet this shit, and it's like all these people, we need democracy. They don't understand the mob rule. Mob rule.
Dude, it's both of them, man. It's both parties, dude.
Well,
hold up. Mob rule killed Socrates. They killed Socrates because of democracy. They all voted to kill him because they didn't like what he was saying.
Well, that's the message. That's the lesson too. That's what
would that kill you even if it was democracy? The king would kill you too if he didn't like what the fuck you said.
Well, that's
still kind of in the same boat. You can have like a group of people vote you out, or you can have one man who just says "fuck you" and kills you. Like look at Braveheart, man. Like you had like that one evil king, Richard Longshake and shit like that. Motherfucker just told the Irish people, dude, that one of my English generals, whatever the fuck you call them, can fuck your wife before you do when you get married. When you get married, my guy has to fuck your wife first, dude.
Oh yeah,
that's how
that's a monarchy.
It's like in modern times, it's like
we don't like the monarchies.
The secret societies and the KKK and stuff, they'll vote. It's called blackball vote, and they take a black or a white ball and they'll drop it in a box anonymously in the secret society, and they'll vote on stuff and they'll vote to do fucked up shit. You know, I wouldn't doubt if every lynching in America was voted on by a huge group of people with the black ball voting method by the secret societies.
Yeah, you know, when you really think about it, a king and a queen, a monarchy really is the best system.
How so?
Well,
because like because there's corruption in democracy and stuff like that. It's the people with all the money that influence all the outcomes. If you have just a royal family, they may or may be good, or they may or may not be evil. That's safer.
Most cases, though, Daniel, they're not good. That's the problem. Is most cases they're not good because people don't just fall towards good. you know, people. I mean, I'm not. You don't just fall towards good.
The king and queen
These guys
should have an
fall away from
altruistic
good.
belief that they are the caretakers of their people. And in old times,
That's
the royalty
that's
would
a
shun the merchants because they were disgusted by their greed. They would
that's
not
a
sit at
king
the
that
table.
cares about his people. That's the idea of a king that cares about his people. A great king. He loves his people. He makes sure
Now,
they get their second
yeah,
back.
that's the idea.
Huh.
Are there
Right.
psychos that rose to those positions like Caligula? I mean, that's the one I know. I keep saying Caligula, but obviously there's been numerous.
Hey, speaking of Caligula, you want to hear something funny?
Definitely.
Sure.
I did a past life regression with my mentor DS, right? And
yeah,
it's like you ask a series of questions, like who was I in the past life, dude? I bullshit you not. I heard
and
clear as day. My subconscious mind tell me Caligula.
Your subconscious
Bullshit you not. I said, well, who was I in my past life? In my subconscious mind, and it was a voice, man, in my head, and it told me, and it said Caligula.
What do you dream
We
about?
got Caligula on panel.
Do you have any dreams of?
Napoleon, but you went
No,
with
and then again, I did it again, dude. They told me one of my past lives, dude, I was a very violent man.
Yeah.
You know that
Like
I mean,
maybe at
if
the
you can play devil's advocate or maybe like angel's advocate. I'm gonna say like that could have been like a demonic thing trying to like deceive you. I mean, that sounds pretty bad.
You know, man, it's like I do have a mean streak, man. Like I'm attracted to war, samurai, dude. It's in me.
Dr.
You know,
Robert.
like I had another past life regression, dude, to where like I was like, it kind of looked like a King Arthur type king. I remember having like deep blue eyes, and I was near like a mage or something like that, dude. And I like tapped into some type of like energetic power force, and I was like drunk with power. And I actually like pulled out of the trance, dude, because the energy of it, dude, it was just like straight like
Dr. Robert,
straight like a straight God complex, dude, that was just overwhelming, dude. That like it was too uncomfortable for me to face.
Yeah.
You should make a dream notebook right now.
Oh yeah. You need to write all these down. Dr. Robert, the guy that was doing this, who's this guy, your mentor? What do you call him?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I called him DS, man, but he probably anonymous, man.
But no, you said my mentor. You said my mentor or something?
My mentor, DS.
Is he delivering information that you're like, wow, that's pretty fucking incredible? Oh, he's gone. But my question is, was he delivering some information that you're like, wow, this is fucking? I'm listening.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's one of my primary trainers.
I had a past life. I'm not saying it was a past life regression. I had a situation where I was able to ask about past lives to a couple women that were communicating from beyond, and they were dead on accurate. Okay, and I went. And,
I'm bringing on one next week, dude. We're gonna channel Charlie Manson.
I never seen anybody like him or since then, but that was a long time ago. But anyways, they gave me a reading, past life regression, and they said in one of my past lives I was a gunslinger.
No, it wasn't like that. No, he put me under. Like I saw
and they
all
gave
this
me a
in my
name.
head.
They gave me a name. They gave me this weird name, that I tried to look up.
Yeah, mine wasn't like that.
Wrote
Like
down all this shit. I'm just like,
what was the name?
I think there was a guy. I don't know if I should say the name.
But this was an experience, though.
I can't remember it either because it's so long ago. This was when I was young.
This was an experience, man. Like I was put under, man. Like I actually
But
had a vision.
they were passing information that was so incredible for a long time before I asked them these, before they told me about my past lives. They were doing it to everybody in a group. I told Daniel about this story a long time ago. I met a group a long time ago that got together and met around two women that were communicating on a Ouija board. That would get together every week. And they were getting information. And none of them knew.
Ouija boards, man. You don't know what you're dialing, dude. That's like
nobody there even knew each other. I met them.
That's like randomly opening up a phone book, dude, and just picking a number at random. You could be calling the.
But they were getting such accurate information at that time, and I was really young.
Yeah, spirits can read your mind.
Oh shit! That was crazy.
Like I'm telling you, man. The woman I'm gonna bring on next week,
Yeah.
When I did something telepathic to her, man, she told me never to do it to her again. She said telepathy is a demonic trait. That's how demons roll. But it's scared the shit out of her.
I got some.
Telepathy is demonic.
Well, she said that's what demons do basically. Like they talk to you in your head, and they
Well,
like,
it's because in the past, like you would make sacrifices to like a certain god or demon, right? And what they would do is they would reward you by giving you information of what your enemies were thinking. So they would basically let you telepathically hack into your enemies' minds so that you could outmaneuver them and win on the battlefield.
Oh yeah,
All kinds of things.
People don't realize, man, like a lot, like Genghis Khan, they all have magicians, man.
And guess what? Those things still work today. Those things work.
Oh hell
If
yeah,
you
that's why
go
they don't want to. What you think Manson did?
get
Manson
crazy.
told you.
Like
Manson
I can
said, "I
kind
went to jail for
of clear it up.
witchcraft." I'm telling you,
with
man,
one
that's
thing.
what he did.
Like my legitimate telepathic experiences were when I was on psychedelics. My demonic ones were just like in a normal waking state, not on anything. As weird as that sounds, I swear that's the truth.
That's interesting.
No, I believe you. Probably when your energy levels were really high, or you were doing something down here, your mind was getting more fucking higher consciousness.
Dude, I had like a spirit guy, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I remember I told you like this girl cursed me. Remember I told you this girl cursed me.
Yeah, I remember that story. You told that story on
so
stuff.
so like
Well,
when you're in a
wait a
cursed
second,
state,
Dr. Robert. Why was she mad at you again? I don't remember.
because I turned her down. Like we were literally, literally in the bed, man, and I'm like playing with her, and I don't know what happened, man, but I'm praying because it didn't feel right. The story's this.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to do business with her. She was real pretty too, beautiful. She was like an olive skin, and she was like Mexican and Jewish mix, but like her parents were like the dark brown Mexican. She came in like a caramel color, and she had dark black hair, and she was real witchy. And she was a college student at Claremont Graduate School.
So she wasn't used to getting rejected, basically.
Right. So like I'm doing business with her and I'm helping her out, right? So like kind of doing like I'm doing like hypnosis sessions and shit like that. And she's bringing people to me and I'm doing spiritual shit with them and shit like that.
You're already doing that.
Yeah. But for some reason she kind of got into me, right? And like in all this time, like she's thinking like I want to get with her, and I'm sure like I'm not even interested in her, right? For some reason that drove her ass crazy. That I wasn't trying to get the pussy. You get where I'm coming from? That I was really being cool. Because in her mind, guys always want to fuck her, right? But I wasn't tripping off of it, right? So a switch went off in her head, right? So one day she was like, look, Robert. She said, I'm gonna be clear with you. Either you fuck me or we can't do business anymore. I just straight out like that.
Wow.
Right? And I said, man, I don't really roll like that, right? But I was kind of like making good money with her, right? So I'm like, God damn, right? So, but I always knew she was crazy, man. She was into witchcraft. She was powerful because sometimes she would just pull shit out of my mind, right?
Yeah.
And I would feel her doing it, right? And it was like natural for her, right? And then my spirit guides used to always tell me in my sleep, don't you touch her. Don't touch her. Right? All the time.
Pregnant.
They tell me all the time, dude, like, so actually, like, I'm telling you, man, like, so finally, like, she kind of breaks me down and she got like some bomb weed, I'm high, and she's kissing and she's necking on me and shit like that, So we start kissing and fucking around a bit, right? She gets all naked and shit like that. Like sometimes on reverse, I'm playing with her. We're kissing, loving it up, like getting real passionate, right? And I'm warming her up. And then, man, for some reason, man, I'm praying to God because I'm getting a bad feeling. I'm telling my spirit guides, man, I don't want to do this. And I just feel something bad, right? And dude, my penis got super limp and it shrunk.
What the?
Dude. And I laughed and I said, because I knew my spirit guides were like, do not fuck with her, right? So then, like, I can't get it up. It was almost like I had no feeling in my penis at all. Like, literally, like it was paralyzed, right? Which kind of spooked me a bit, but I knew my spirit guides were protecting me, right?
Yeah.
I got out of there, dude, and I left, dude, and she lost her mind. She kept calling me over and over again, and screaming
He's
like,
playing hard to get.
and then she texted
Wow.
me, she said, get your black ass over here. She said, now I gotta go on my college campus and find somebody else to fuck because of all this pussy damage you did.
The demon.
She said, look, motherfucker.
You demon.
She said just like this. She said, look,
Demonic
motherfucker.
pussy.
She said, your ass is cursed. She said,
Yeah.
in fact, already done. And hung up the phone on me. And then like over time, dude, I started having the worst luck in the world. Like everything I tried to do, dude, just went fucking wrong, right? Like everything, dude. Like, you know, like I'll be on the job and I'll be kicking ass, dude. And then I'd have like a crew jealous of me. They'd be conspiring on me, get me off. Like just everything that could went wrong. Did go wrong. So one day, man, I'm working at this one law firm. I'm in charge of the mass torture department. But I'm not in charge of the whole mass torture department, right? But I hated the fucking job. I was just so depressed at the time, right? And it was like a closed off high-rise building. So anytime I had a break, I would go outside just to get fresh air, right? And this one like Hindu Indian man like saw me out there hanging. He walked up to me and he said, your spirit guides want me to talk to you and tell you something. He said, outside you look happy like you got it together, but inside you're very sad. He was nailing it like a motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
And he said, you know, a lot of money want to come to you, but somebody do witchcraft on you. And I said, fucking Ashley, right?
Yep.
So then I happened to run into this girl named Jennifer who I'm bringing on the show, right? And her family's like, she's like gypsy, like the super like gypsy and shit like that, right? Yeah. So it was a very old curse, just fuck. I mean, like the girl literally sold her soul to the devil, right? And what we figured out, basically, she had like a demonic portal in like her abdomen area where her like
wow,
like
right that's what I'm talking about. I mean, that's the kind of shit people don't realize.
Yeah, so if I would have slept with her, like all those spirits would have came into me. Right? Jennifer's like, that's what they want to do with you. And she said they wanted to drive you mad. That's what she told me. Right? So then we ended up doing a lot of shit. My aunt got involved and we got the curse off of me and shit like that. But the funny thing is, like, it was this African woman from Africa that lives like down the street from my mother, right?
That knew how to get rid of it?
No, it was just like she was just confirmation that it was gone, and I'm walking.
Confirmation that it was gone.
I'm walking, right? And she stops me and she says, you know, God wants me to talk to you. She said, like, you've been having a lot of
Charlie, some kind of demonic game of like a Ouija board to put two pencils together.
But let me tell you what this woman told me.
Is that Charlie?
But let me tell you what this woman told me, right? Didn't know her from Africa, right? She goes, you know what? I feel a strong energy. And she said, there's something very powerful about to happen in your life. It's about to take a turn and love is involved. She told me all this shit, right? And then she told me, while you were going through this, she said there was a woman you offended back in your past.
Yeah, right. A gypsy
woman.
Put
a curse on you, right?
Ooh, and I'm like, woman. Have you ever heard that Eagles song?
Fucking Ashley, dude. That fucking Ashley, dude.
Was she a voodoo practitioner?
No, she was just like a straight up witch and everything, like a nerdy, like half Jewish, like she said her parents were into some weird shit. They were into magic and shit like that, man.
Yeah, it happened.
A weird crib.
A lot of magic passed down through family
like
members.
A straight, like 9 out of 10, she was a straight 11. Like short, nice body, olive skin, black hair, real witchy.
Well, you told us she's beautiful.
She was just nuttiest, and she was just
but
like
nutty as hell.
I mean, I know where she was like, you know, she texted me, she go, date me. Don't treat me like a dog. You know, I wanted nothing to do with her.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Run for your life.
And the fact I didn't want anything to do with her drove her out of her fucking mind, dude. And and it caused me a lot of fucking hell. That's why you got to be careful even who you give your attention to, man. Because you don't know who you're fucking with and you don't know what the fuck people are into.
Yeah. We know that. We're on
Like,
End
like,
of
like
Days Radio.
in
We're all
Louisiana,
taking
there's an old saying,
Dr.
dude.
Robert. Dr. Robert. Dr.
There's an
Robert. We're
old
all
saying
taking
around, and
our.
I'm gonna stop here. There's an old
Okay.
saying around voodoo circles
Yeah.
in Northern, and it goes like this: if you don't know who you are fucking with, you better go ask somebody. That's it.
Yeah. That's good advice.
Yeah.
Dr. Robert, we're all on End of Days Radio, so we're all fucking with people we don't know who the fuck we're fucking with, right? So thank you for all being on here tonight. We could all be again tomorrow, yeah.
On the topic of curses, I've often wondered if my family line was cursed because it seems like a lot of my relatives have just had unhappy existences, and going back through the timeline.
You know about that samurai, the giant one that had the I think he had one eye, and his head was preserved or something, and there was a curse. You familiar with that story in Japan?
No, that sounds pretty cool.
That Mr. Mythos guy covers it. Damn it, I can't think of the samurai's name. There's a picture of him.
I know about Wu-Tang, yeah. Know some Wu-Tang history.
Wu in Chinese is magic. And
generational patterns.
Well, there's something I wanted to bring up that I think will blow your minds. And it's just a tiny quote from William Cooper about the Illuminati plan that he believed that NASA was openly saying to everyone under their noses. And that he believed that the names of the NASA space missions were symbols, and that this is his quote, which all the words are comprised of names of NASA missions. A Colombian enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of
Okay, so I don't know if you guys can hear me. Obviously, I'm doing something wrong because I can't hear you.
We can hear you, Charlie.
I'm sorry, you people. Can you hear,
Is this
hear me?
Charlie?
A
Colombian. A Colombian.
Are you there, sir?
I'm trying to get a. If you can hear me in the chat room, type in 888. And if you can't hear me, type in 666.
A Colombian enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and all challengers shall be destroyed.
I have so many things.
Did you guys hear that? Let me repeat the quote.
Sorry. Hey, Clint, pause that thought for a second. Definitely going to let you complete your thought. Don't worry about that. Let's see what this guy Charlie has to say real quick.
Maybe let me go through my settings, see if I can figure it out. I can't hear you. It's probably best that I can hear you. Let me see if I can figure it out.
I'm telling him to just say what he wants to say.
Audio.
Like, forget hearing us. Just
then I'll do the
go
quote.
off.
And he's just being disruptive, man.
Got it.
Breaking our flow.
All right, can you guys hear me?
All right, speak. Charlie, speak.
I think. Okay, can you hear me?
Is this a cell phone commercial?
Okay, I'm gonna give up on him if he doesn't start going off and doing something.
No, I'm here right now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, speak.
Okay, perfect. So, hey, Dr. Robert, what kind of doctor are you?
I have a PhD in philosophy.
Okay, first of all, you don't have a PhD in anything. Next person, Daniel the Awkward Bean. I'm just curious. You've got a professional. You're a professional deep diver. Hey, no. Relax. You're not a doctor of anything. Just like, enjoy what I'm going to bring to your podcast. Shut up!
Fuck you, Charlie! You shut the fuck up! Don't you fuck with me, Charlie! Don't you fuck with me! You don't know where I've been, Charlie! You don't know where I've been!
Oh no, we lost Todd.
No. Are you done? No, I want to. I've only got like 5 minutes. So hey, Mr. Clint Eastwood or Astwood or Third World, whatever your name is, correct?
Speak.
Okay, no, it's not speak. I'm just curious. So, what is your purpose?
Why
are you on? Shut up! Why are you on this podcast?
You don't come in our house and tell us what's what, Charlie.
Don't be yelling.
You don't come in my home and you don't tell me what's up, Charlie. You shut the fuck up, Charlie. You're guest in my home. You're guest in my home, Charlie.
Hey, Robert, you got to relax.
Respect, Charlie.
Hey, Robert, I'm going to tell you how a good production works. You put it, you give like 5-10 seconds, and then you shut up and let someone else
Fuck
speak.
you, Charlie. Get rid of this ass white Daniel. He's too fucking
I
disrespectful.
swear I've heard this voice before. Is this like some?
So you've got
fucking disrespectful.
What did I miss?
Fucking things you
He sounds like Dave Letterman.
Fuck the fuck off, Charlie.
People-
You're raising the demons.
Who's in charge of this room? Who's in charge of this room?
God,
I missed something. Obviously.
No, I'm seriously. Who's the host of
we
this
finally
room?
got Charlie on the panel, and
Who's the host of this
Charlie
room?
is here. Can you hear us? Yeah.
I'm the
Yeah,
host.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Who's the host of this room?
I'm the host.
Daniel?
Yes.
Okay, can I give you a great piece of advice? You're going to get some good entertainment out of me. So sometimes put people on hold or mute them if they get out of control. So if I'm out of control, just put me on mute. There's a couple people in this room that you need to put on mute. So I'm going to ask a couple quick questions.
Now he's kind. Get this fucker out of here, dude.
Hey, Dr. Robert, I'm talking about you. You're the one that needs to be put on mute for a second. Just
Man,
relax.
fuck you. You came in here talking shit and telling people to shut up in their own fucking home. You don't get to tell me about etiquette now, Charlie.
Dr. Robert. I wouldn't get that mad at Charlie over here. Hey, Charlie, are you for real, buddy? You just found our show or what? Have you ever heard End of Days Radio, or is this your first time?
So I was on YouTube, and I guess the algorithm or however it works, I typed in live shows, and I call into many live shows. There are actually some shows out there that
call in and prank. You sound like a computer voice. You call in and prank. Sure, you're not a computer.
AI fucking with us.
Is this AI? Is this Elon Musk?
Just somebody who just can't live and let people live.
Elon Musk fucking AI
You know what I mean?
system.
We all have
Charlie,
our own
you're
opinions.
not-
The world is full of different people, Charlie. People see the world differently, Charlie. Some
Well, hold
like
on,
to dance.
Dr.
Some
Robert,
like to
hold on, Dr.
cry.
Robert.
Some like
Dr.
to
Robert.
swim. Some like to box. It shouldn't bother you, Charlie. That shouldn't bother you, Charlie. Some believe in Jesus. Some don't. Some think the world is round. Some think the world is flat.
That's
We're
your
just
question.
all different, Charlie.
Dr. Robert.
Charlie, why are you so crazy, Charlie?
Hold on.
Why are you mad at us, Charlie? Why
Hold
don't
on,
you want
Doctor.
us to have any fun,
Dr.
Charlie?
Robert.
Why
Dr.
do you
Robert.
have to come and shit on us, Charlie? I would never do that to you, Charlie.
this is getting exhausting. You gotta put him on mute. Put him on mute. Put him on mute.
You're so fucking mean.
Sorry, Dr. Robert. I just, no disrespect, just want to let Charlie kind of go off for a second for entertainment purposes. Charlie, go ahead.
You don't have to let me go off for entertainment purposes. Like I told you, you got to put people on mute. Like if I go off on a tangent, put me on mute. So here's my point. Like I said,
why would anyone go off on a tangent? I mean, we're just
you've got here. I'm going to tell you why. Right now, you're online for a reason. You want to have a community. You want to have a conversations with different people, but you also want viewers. Correct?
That's not my reason.
Yeah, of course.
I'm trying to expose.
Okay, hold on.
We're not
I'm trying to expose the Illuminati communist conspiracy.
But you want viewers, right? You want viewers.
Well, I don't care who is.
Whatever. If we get viewers, fantastic. Definitely.
Of course,
we're not going to bend over and bow down and worship the.
Especially somebody who comes in our home and tells me to shut up in my own fucking home.
Well, I mean, for example, we started off with 0 live viewers, and since then we've built this whole thing up. So if things continue, it should be okay.
Okay. Yeah. If you let me speak right now, I think you've got 8 or 9 viewers. Within 10 minutes, the algorithm will go up on YouTube. You're probably going to have 50 or 60 viewers, but it's almost next to impossible because you guys are talking over one another. You don't make intelligent points.
Shut up, Charlie. You're not coming in here with your bullcrap, Charlie, and trying to expert us, Charlie. I see the manipulation, Charlie. You guys just don't know what you're doing. You just need somebody to spice you up a bit. Let me help you out.
It's like
Who
we're at
the
a poker
fuck are
table.
you, Charlie?
No,
We're just being authentic, Charlie. We're just some authentic guys, Charlie. We're trying to have fun with life, Charlie. That's all we're doing, Charlie.
Regarding what Charlie says about our amount of viewers, there are other reasons for that. This show is probably one of the most shadow banned shows that is out there. I always hear from longtime listeners they cannot find the YouTube page. They don't see when things are updated. There's other things that work.
Charlie probably sees stats because we're not doing the show right.
So hear me out. YouTube is not, of course, I'd love to have live listeners. It's a lot of fun, but YouTube is not the main platform. It is just kind of a spot to gather for us. We have far better results on other platforms, and there's a lot of them out there. So for the overall number of the people that listen to the show, it's
how many people
many times what you're
you guys
saying
really
now.
can I say something? You guys talk over one another. You don't know how to have a conversation. Here's how. Here you go. Go ahead. I'm going to shut up. Go ahead and talk. Go ahead. Go ahead and fucking talk. Go ahead.
All right, calm down.
So what? You can hear us both. So what if we talk over each other?
You want to have a
fucking ass out of here, and don't you come on the show again.
Because my
fuck with somebody else, Charlie. Go fuck off. We don't need your bullshit.
Hold on.
I can process everything.
Don't you ever come in my house and yell at me and yell at my fucking friends. You show some fucking respect. This is really horrible. This is horrible, Charlie. Or fuck you.
All right, well, can I do the William Cooper quote real quick?
Okay, let me just answer his
Every
question.
time you get on the line, Charlie, it's fuck you.
So,
You watch
Charlie,
your
this
fucking mouth
is
in my home, Charlie.
type of show. It's a different type of show. I'm not into like muting people too much or controlling things. There's plenty of normal shows out there where people don't talk over each other. This show's different. We talk over each other. I'm sorry if you don't like it. Some people do. Maybe it's a niche
Regular
thing.
human beings, Charlie. We're not some corporate puppets.
It's a unique aspect of the show to whereas it's a group conversation.
Can I say something?
On the show now, I got
Go ahead.
I just think it's important that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, myself included.
Yeah,
You guys
my
want to
dog.
have a conversation. You want to speak, but you guys
Not
are
with someone yelling at us in our own home. Would you want to speak? I thought you were rational. If somebody came to your house and told you to shut up in your house in front of your friends and your wife and kids, would you want to speak to him, Charlie?
Well, Charlie, Dr. Robert does have a point. I mean, it can be
Okay,
seen that
the
you
fact
are
that
being
you are addressing
antagonistic.
him as doctor, it's disturbing. He's
He
not a
has
doctor.
a PhD. He is a doctor.
He's
also a lawyer.
No, he's
Wait,
not a
hold on,
lawyer.
Charlie,
He does
hold on
not
a
have a
second.
PhD.
No,
He's
Charlie,
clinically
listen to me.
insane. He's
Listen to me. Do you
clinically
have-
insane.
That's all this guy wants to do, man. He thought he can come here and punk people, raise his voice, and tell people to shut up in their own fucking home. And he wants to call us clinically insane.
I mean, you're talking to a guy that has a very deep level of experience in education. Like that
I'm
doesn't.
talking to a guy that failed the GED 3 times. He's a complete fucking lunatic. So let me ask you guys a question about what your show is about and what you're trying to accomplish.
You tell me to shut up in my home. That's a rational response. Snowflakes. That's a rational response.
Hey,
Go ahead, Todd. Wait, let Todd.
Don't like you, Charlie. You push my button, Charlie.
I just
Okay,
okay, yell
all
at
right,
because it
Robert.
hurts the ears here. We got
Just
we got
relax,
expensive
Todd, go
earphones
ahead.
on.
Just relax, Father.
Todd, go ahead.
I just think that you know how you're proving yourself wrong over here, Charlie, is we've let you come on and actually talk smack to everybody that shows up every week that cares about our show, and just call this whole thing stupid. We do talk over each other because this isn't a corporate sponsored canned operation. These are people who just get together out of the kindness of their heart to discuss weird shit.
Did you say this is corporate sponsored?
Hold on, Charlie.
I
I'd like you to
not.
personally say what
I
your
wish we
beef
could
is with
sponsor.
anything that I said and
Yeah,
I will elaborate and prove what I said.
Hold on. Did you say that this is corporate sponsored?
No, I said we're not corporate sponsored.
Oh, I apologize. Okay, first of all, Todd, that's a very cute dog you have there. How old is your dog?
Oh, thank you. He's 14.
Oh, that's so cool. What kind of dog is it?
He's a tiny Chihuahua, one of the tiny long hairs.
How long have you had him?
14 years.
That's so cool. So you got him as a puppy.
Yeah, little
What's
baby.
his name?
He was born at my house, Max.
That's so cool. How's his health?
Yeah. He weighs 1.5 pounds, if you can believe that.
Dude, that's so bizarre. 1.5 pounds. Imagine how much love. Imagine how much love you get from 1.5 pounds.
Too much.
Of weed.
Most I ever had. Most I ever
Cool,
had.
man. I'm happy for you. It looks like a beautiful dog.
I appreciate you asking and tell me that.
Thank you
Charlie.
for being kind, Charlie.
Yeah, we get.
I mean, dogs are cool. I'm
You're
actually
trying to have a conversation
He
here
is
with.
human.
We get that.
I befriended an angelfish the other day.
Yeah, I had a fish named Fred. He was a goldfish.
Well,
I
it's
love
not
him.
a fish. It's an
died.
angelfish. It's a.
An
It's a.
angelfish.
You want to hear a wild story? You want to hear a true story?
Of
No.
course.
Okay,
No.
so I live in California, and maybe where you guys live, you get these wild insects and bugs that enter your home. And I got this little like 1/2 inch, tiny, minuscule bug on my wall, and it fell on the ground, and I vacuumed it up.
Yeah.
And when I was cleaning up my vacuum, I threw out the remains in the toilet. This thing was still alive. I literally picked it up. I put it in a little bowl, and I'm like, you know what? This little thing means nothing in life to me. I literally put it in a bowl. And I'm like, if it lives, it lives. If it dies, it dies. A day later, it's moving around this little bowl.
This
So I
guy's
put
a sick fuck.
And what am I?
You're a sick bastard.
Why am I sick? It's a human. It's an animal.
You're letting this thing sit there in the bowl and just fucking die. Just put it
Let
on
me
its
finish
misery.
the story. Let me finish the story.
Like, what the hell is this shit? I don't
Because
care.
Hey, Daddy, I got
animals
to
have
shake,
life.
man.
Because all
I gotta
animals
go,
have
Daddy.
life.
Are you okay, Dr. Robert?
I'm perfect, man. I was just having fun, but my voice is hoarse, so.
All right, buddy. Appreciate you.
I'm going,
All
man.
right,
I'm out
Dr.
here.
Robert.
Peace.
I'm
Love you.
confused.
Go ahead, man. Take your medication and put your straight jacket on and go get your shots. You sick, crazy fuck.
I'm confused
Whoa.
on the beef that Charlie
Um,
has with what I said.
What do you think,
know,
guys? Should I just
what-
kick him now, or should
No,
we
I
continue
want to
with
know
this?
what he thinks is wrong with what I said, so I can elaborate to
And,
his.
and I want to know,
literally
Charlie.
persona.
You know, I mean,
I mean,
I want to know, Charlie. You know, you found our show. You showed up on our show for the first time. Is
Are
this
you
your
a-
first time on our show? First time you've heard the
Yeah.
show?
It is.
But
No,
you
no,
think-
like I said, I listen. I call into a few different shows.
You call
online
into
and
a bunch of shows. You're kind of like
No, I
Mad
don't call a
Martian.
bunch
Yeah.
of shows. I call into some shows where they've got like 4,000 or 5,000 viewers and they take my calls. But sometimes I call
Okay.
into shows where there's like 4 or 5
Here
viewers.
we go. There we
But
go.
here's the
calling
thing.
your
You know who we're dealing with, yeah.
is I'd bet since you're from California, you've got beef that me and Todd said bad things about communists.
Well, no, I'm not a Democrat. If that's what you're saying.
No,
Let
I'm
me-
I'm just confused
tell
on what
you
you said.
something
You had
about
beef
me,
with
Charlie.
something we said, and we want
Let
to
me
know
tell you
what the
something.
beef was.
My,
me tell you
my
something
beef
about
So
is
we
what?
can elaborate to you and explain, something that you don't understand, and
Hold
so you
on,
don't
Clint.
ad hominem judge us.
Hold on, Clint. Let me tell you something about me, Charlie. I only call into Daniel's show. That's the only show in the world I call into. No other show. So,
I don't think we're talking to an awakened being here, guys.
no, but I just wanted to let him know. It's the only show I call into.
I think Charlie probably
who's
doesn't
not
know
the
anything
awoken being?
about what we talk here.
Well,
talk
you won't
about here.
say what you're mad about us talking about. Well, I don't. What do you think that economic slavery is fun? We're sitting here getting taxed 1/3 of our shit with unconstitutional taxes, and there's unconstitutional wars going on that we have to pay for without our consent, without Congress's consent pursuant to the Constitution, which
Well,
is protected by the Supremacy Clause.
Clint, you got some good points, but he's never heard our show before, so he doesn't know any of our positions anyways.
He's really
we're
into
just a
calling
bunch of
into
madmen
shows.
talking.
Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Did somebody direct you to our show, or did you find us randomly?
Do you usually call Howard Stern?
No, I
Have you ever
told you. I
called
went to YouTube. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I went to YouTube. and I hit the live.
No, we understand how you found the show. It's
Okay,
just
so
like,
hold on. Wait a minute.
why are you calling?
Hey, Clint, you guys, here's the problem with your show. You guys are all over the fucking place. All of you guys seem to have the same opinion. Somebody
hold on a
calls in with a
second. Did
different
you not hear the
perspective.
interview?
Shut up!
Hey,
Somebody calls in
you
with a
don't
different
need to yell at like
perspective.
a bit.
Hold on. Why are you telling me to shut up? Again, you're coming in my house, our house, and you are just trolling and trying to build your own fame.
My own fame, dude. You've got six.
Yeah.
You've got 6 viewers.
I'm
Do
wearing
you really think I need your fame?
So
Listen to my voice. Listen to my voice.
The antagonistic troll caller is.
I'm not an
Otherwise, why would you be here?
troll caller.
Because you're an expert on radio.
Stalemating.
I'm not an expert on anything.
Charlie.
Are you sure this isn't Ray Epps we're talking to over here? Encouraging people to go into the Capitol on January 6th. You're not Ray Epps?
You got some kind of point or what? You're on the air, and we're giving you time to make a point, and you're like, "Duh, who's your doggy?" Yeah. It's like, fucking make your point. You
My
got some
dog
kind
is
of beef
cute,
with
though.
what we're
My
saying.
dog is-
Say what you don't like, and we'll
Yeah, I mean,
elaborate so you can understand.
We love Todd's dog, but if that's
so
the best you can do, then I don't think you should be throwing stones in a glass house, Charlie.
Okay, can I be okay? Here's what I'm going to tell you. With regards to everybody in this room, Todd's dog is the only reason why I'm currently staying.
I don't
Okay.
blame you. That's the only reason I'm here, too.
What's that?
That's the same reason I'm here, to take care of this solution.
No, Todd's dog is beautiful. I love looking at Todd's dog.
I love him.
But you don't understand any of the other content. When we talk
But
about
you guys,
the
listen,
Rothschild,
you know what? Can I be honest with you? I think all of you guys share the same brain, and I don't even know what that brain
no,
is.
I'll be honest with you, Charlie. This isn't your show. You go listen to whatever trash radio that, whatever fart jokes or whatever.
Okay, hey, Clint,
you're not on
First of
this
all,
level, so
Clint,
don't even try.
Okay, Clint, let me ask you a question. If you had to describe this show in one sentence in less than 10 words, how would you describe what you guys do?
Freedom of speech. You got a real question?
No, I just asked you what this show is about.
That's what it's about. Freedom of speech. We can say
It's
whatever
about
we
shit
want.
that you do not
If you got a
understand
problem with
because it's over your head. It's about history. It's about science. It's about things that you will never be interested in because you are too busy watching cartoons.
It's about conversations with people that understand these things when most people are stupid on these subjects. So it's a rare place. It's a rare
There
space.
you go.
We're people who are talking about things that we know about. So
Okay,
what
can I
do you
say
know
this?
about? What do
You
you
guys,
know
all
about?
of you-
Tell us what
all-
you know about.
all of
What
you-
great thing do you know about?
Relax,
Let's
okay,
hear it.
relax. All of you
You're
have
the
been
one that's
very,
yelling.
all of you have been very condescending to me. I have yet to hear any sort of vocabulary that goes beyond the 8th
So
grade education.
condescending
Let me
isn't
finish.
telling
Let me
somebody,
finish.
"Shut up,
Let me
shut up."
finish. Let me finish.
No, we
I
talk
have
over
yet
each
to
other on
hear
the
any
show.
sort of.
Nobody has to
I
let
have
anybody
yet.
finish.
Okay, go ahead, Clint. You talk, Clint. Go ahead. Go ahead, Clint.
We can all hear
I did
you.
talk. I want to know
Nobody has
what
to have the floor.
complex question you have about something that I said. You want me to elaborate on the
Can I speak without? Can I speak without? Go ahead. You can
in
keep
the
going,
real world,
buddy.
Charlie,
You
when
keep
you're at
on
a bar,
going. You keep
does
on going. You
everybody
keep on
talk
going. Go ahead.
perfectly in order, or do they?
Tell me when
sometimes
I can
talk
speak.
over
Go
each
ahead.
other? Never, because we talk over each other on the show. If you don't know how to do that, you're not going to ever fit in.
But you don't want to talk over one another. You want to learn from
It's
one
not
another.
talking
Just
over.
say
It's
what you
talking
gotta
at the same
say. Why
time.
won't you just say what you gotta say? You
Because
gotta
as soon as I start a sentence, you cut me off.
You think
Go
we're all-
ahead.
Go cut me
Don't talk
off. Say
about
what you're
Todd's
trying to say and
beautiful
fucking hurry up.
pet. He has
Can I
nothing to
speak?
say.
Can I
You're
speak?
just a
Yeah, go
stalemate,
ahead.
motherfucker.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
I
Your
have yet
last
to
chance
hear.
to wow us.
I have yet to hear anything that goes by an 8th grade educational original analogy. You won't let me. Give me an original thought. Shut up!
Hey, don't
Give
yell.
me
I got
an original
expensive
thought. Oh
headphones
my
on.
fucking
You got,
god!
like, 6
He's a
times.
senior
fucking
member of the
God.
crew, and you're just some asshole that's barging in. And
I'm
saying
not
all
an
kinds of
asshole.
things.
I'm a
You're
nice
an
person.
atheist, aren't you?
I know there's no
You're
such
an
thing as an atheist. There's no such thing as
Are you a
God. There's no
communist?
such thing as Jesus.
he's a
None of it
skeptic.
is real.
He's
There's
a
no
skeptic.
such thing as the
He's a
Bible.
skeptic.
None of it is real,
No
right?
such
You guys all agree with that,
What?
right? You agree that there's no such thing as God or the devil, correct? You agree with that, right?
Nope.
God made the universe.
That's why you'll never get this show because you have no.
Tell me who God is. Tell me who God is. Tell me who God
made
is.
the universe.
Is God? Let me ask you a question. If God created the universe, does God want anything to do with religion?
He doesn't want anything to do with you.
It doesn't matter. It's man's.
It doesn't matter because you can't form an original thought. You can't put an original opinion together.
Why you gotta yell? We got headphones on, and you're sitting here trying to break our ear.
What do you think, guys?
Original thought together. Don't listen to what anyone tells you. Formulate your own opinion.
Daniel, should I bring out the
I think
gong?
Charlie's a lost soul. He's fucking he's walking on thin ice in a reality that was made for him.
We accept everybody. We're very accepting, but if you don't accept us, I mean, why are you here?
Accept you? Do you guys accept one another?
Yeah.
Love each other.
Yeah. You don't accept one another. You're a bunch of clowns that go online and you think you share the same beliefs and thoughts. All of you are hypocrites. You're completely out of your minds like everyone else. Once you get offline, you're going to go back to your drug-induced alcoholic lives. You're going to live in your fucking misery and swallow. Shut up! I'm trying to teach you how life works, you fucking illiterate idiot.
Because your existence is so filled with wonder.
I was once offered
My existence is not filled with wonder. My existence is filled with reality.
Scholarship by the 33rd House.
Hey, Clint Eastwood. Hey, Clint, idiot. That's your name, Clint, idiot.
Why don't you ask an elaborate question that you think that I can't handle since you're so smart?
That I think that you can't handle? I'm sure you can handle any question that I ask.
Why don't you ask a question?
Why don't you ask a question? Tell me who God is.
God made the universe. That's it.
Why is he called God? Why is he called God? Who is God?
It goes back to the Gomar Oz Damar.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
That's in the Mason books.
Who told you that? Who wrote the Mason book?
People who studied religions.
Okay, who are those people? Who are those people that studied religion? Who are those people that studied religion? Tell me.
It's called. You need to chill out because maybe
you can't answer the question. You can't answer the question.
People who studied comparative religious
sweetheart. Do you realize that there's a large group of society that does not believe that 9/11 happened? 100 years from now, they're going to say that 9/11 was completely fabricated, and you're going to have half the population that believes 9/11 never happened. You can't believe that.
It's viewed who is behind it.
We got a Joe Biden believer. You're a Joe Biden lover, aren't you?
Did you vote for Joe Biden, Charlie? Tell the truth.
Charlie's a socialist.
Yeah, he's a commie.
You commie pinko bastard. Give us the truth.
Come on, tell us.
Is there anybody in the chat room? Listen, is there anybody in the chat room that agrees with me? Please type in 888.
No.
Please type in 888.
If you love Charlie,
what the fuck am I missing?
If you don't.
Kind of truth that's going on, and you are just here to fucking troll.
I'm not a troll. I'm not a troll.
You worship
Mark. If you love Charlie,
can I ask this?
Don't.
Hey, Clint, can I please ask you a question?
Ask it. You don't need to ask.
So I asked you about who God is or was or maybe is currently. You go back to these Mason books and all these other books. Who wrote those books? Hey, let me ask you a question. Was Jesus Christ the Son of God? Was he an actual individual that was?
Okay.
Charlie's never researched.
Yeah, I think he got canceled. Guess what, Charlie? Hold on, Clint. Guess what, Charlie? You're going to have to wake up pretty early in the morning to get around Clint Eastwood. That is one smart fucker, Clint Eastwood, Charlie. So try again.
There's people that have never experienced something that was supernatural, with witnesses and shit.
Dr. Robert, you're vindicated. The guy was a total asshole. Glad you yelled at him.
But Jesus says, know them by
Come back again, Charlie, if you develop a brain where you can talk to people. We'd love to hear from you. You can talk to people kind of respectfully.
Technically, it's like some kind of evil divine intervention to interrupt the William Cooper quote that I've been trying to say for the last hour.
Do you know Charlie?
I just know I've been attacked verbally by Marxists on the internet for the last 15 years.
Do you know Charlie?
I'm
asking.
no idea who.
You have no idea who Charlie is. Shit's getting so deep around here, Clint. Remember Ray Epps on the January 6th going, "Come on, everybody, you gotta go into the building. Get in there. Let's go. Come on."
They get charged $500 fee and community service.
And he gets off on community service. Everybody else gets 20 years for walking through the building.
That's because
they remove the barricades.
In the
I wonder if that's Ray Epps.
Bolshevik. Well, the Illuminati Bolshevik crap. All the people that were committing crimes that helped promote the Illuminati doctrine weren't punished for their crimes.
Clint, I definitely smell the Democrat with Charlie over there. If that's possible,
the people are
smell
just
a Democrat.
when they hear something they've never heard, they puts them into like a panic state, and like fucking, it goes against their brainwashing.
Here comes Charlie. Here comes Charlie. All right, Charlie, can you hear us? Charlie back?
He's got nothing to say.
Well, can I say the William Cooper quote?
He doesn't know how to call it on the telephone.
Okay, so William Cooper is talking about the NASA.
Hey, actually, Clint, let's since you have something to talk about, let's go ahead and close things out, and then we'll go to Todd and have him close out, and then you can go ahead and take as long as you want and finish your statement.
Oh, but it's just one. I wanted to hear you guys' opinion. Okay, so NASA. William Cooper thought that NASA was speaking through the esoteric languages when they named the shuttle missions of NASA, and that the words of the sentence that is comprised of his statement are words of each mission, and that he believed that it was an Illuminati message through the given to the mainstream. And okay, so here it is: a Colombian enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and all challengers shall be destroyed. And again, okay, so the Colombian, Columba is the goddess that the Illuminati always holds sacred, and the Colombian faction of the Illuminati, their enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis. And Atlantis was the secret society symbology for world socialist communism, and that they're talking about when they make reference to Atlantis, a symbol of world socialist communism, and that all
just to add to that, hold on, Clint, just to add to that, and I'm sorry to interject, but NASA in ancient Hebrew means to beguile.
Yeah, to deceive.
Did you know that? NASA.
Controversy.
It
was in the Hebrew
dictionary.
So,
I saw
that. It's like they were made by partially Nazis. The conspiracy, the people that made the Nazis made the communists, made NASA.
Yeah, we brought the freaking rocket scientists over supposedly, and from the Nazis.
They made the World Trade Organization. They made the World Economic Forum, the Trilateral Commission. They made all these things.
Totally.
And that their goal is a cell system goal.
You know what we're going to do here on End of Days Radio, Clint? I'm going to break down some books that prove that, because I'm going to do a segment like Dr. Robert's trying to do over here. And I'm going to break down a couple books that prove that we brought the Nazis over, and the Nazis, we might have hung some of them, but they didn't go away. They influenced our space programs and intelligence agencies, and South America is nothing but Nazis.
Yeah, they found all sorts of Nazi coins.
Monroe Doctrine.
Abandoned
That's where they all escaped to. And then we had colleges that trained dictators on how to run your governments with torture programs. And so the shit that Dr. Robert's covering on here, man, this is the hardest core shit going on the radio or the internet. So for Charlie to criticize this is ridiculous. Dr. Roberts providing a valuable service coming on here, and Clint too. So fantastic show. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but NASA, NASA in ancient Hebrew means to beguile or deceive.
Oh yeah.
Funny.
Well, the Luciferians, their doctrine is deception. Their goal is to deceive the masses. You know, it's like that thing I was talking about earlier. Anyone who does the crime that suits the need of the Illuminists is let off the hook. You know, and it's like
Well, they help each other. The secret societies give their handshakes. I gotta say this before the show's over. Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones met for their interview, the big interview. The biggest TV news guy meets the biggest conspiracy guy, and they get together and they gave a Masonic handshake the other day.
Was it the third degree or which handshake was
Well,
it?
I don't know what fucking degree. I didn't see the video. I just people are already spotted it and they're busting them and they're like, "What is going on here?" And then
anytime you see the like index finger, like a
wrapping around the third knuckle, wrapping around the third knuckle.
Oh yeah. Well, then there's the Spock handshake, which is the Master of the Lodge handshake, and then there's the 5 points of whatchamacallit, where they whisper the word Moabone in the other person's ear.
Yeah, that was funny. You were asking Dr. Robert when he met Louis Farrakhan if next time he should say the words Moabone.
5 points of fellowship.
You know, I don't blame Dr. Robert for getting mad at Charlie, but Dr. Robert, we let everybody come on here, right, Daniel? You've done that all along. You've let me carry on drunken, crazily.
Hey, am I back on this stupid show?
You're back on the stupid show.
So listen, hey, Todd, hey, I'm fascinated by your dog. What's your dog's name again?
Max.
Well, dog spelled backward is God.
Hey, Clint, relax. Clint, relax. Hey, can I ask you a question, Todd? Max seems like a beautiful dog, but it seems like he just wants to like lay down on a bed and you're just holding him. Is he just holding on to life, or where's his life going?
He's getting old. He's got a eye infection going. So yeah, he's not feeling well. And
You should put a drop of Kappa Ebo oil in his eye, diluted with water.
A drop of what?
Kappa Ebo oil. It's
Kappa Ebo oil. I don't know. I've never heard of that.
It heals.
I think I might go check with the vet and see if I can get some antibiotics, maybe.
But what is the vet? I mean, what's the life expectancy? I mean, it just is. Is he allergic in the morning?
He can live to be 23 years old. He's 14 years old.
Dude, okay. Can I be honest with you? That dog looks like he wouldn't even last in a wheelchair. He's a beautiful dog, and he looks like a great companion. But does he run around during the day?
The dog.
What?
That's
You're being ridiculous. This Charlie guy is acting like a child.
Clint, just relax. Clint, relax, buddy. I get it.
I am relaxed.
Involved in everything. I get it. You have to make a comment about everything. No. I like that dog. I love that dog.
Experienced life,
dude. He can't shut up.
You're making fun of us.
Shut up,
dude.
Hey, Jay, Clint, do you have ADD? Clint,
wow.
I'm going to buy you one
what
of those.
Great knowledge do you have, Charlie?
I'm going to go lay my dog down.
Tell us your great knowledge.
Clint, I'm going to buy you one. He won't shut up. You won't shut up. What the fuck is wrong with your brain, dude? Let someone make a comment.
Well, why do you think I keep not talking and then you don't talk?
Well, yeah, but
yeah, say something if you're gonna shut us down. Have something to say.
I'm not gonna shut you down, but every time I try to start a sentence, he interrupts.
Go ahead.
Hey, Clint, do you have a fidget spinner? Do you have ADD? What do you do to control your impulses that you can't control, over talking and over speaking and just being obtrusively loud to everybody?
Well, I pick on people like you for being jerks to everybody.
Well, I'm not a jerk to everybody. Do
you know what? Hold on, listen. Do you know what "know them by their fruits" mean? What that wisdom means? Do you know what that means?
I don't know what that means, and it doesn't mean anything to me because it's some made-up spiritual words of guidance that mean absolutely nothing. But what does it mean? What does it mean?
It means that you will know a person by their fruits, and your fruits are that you came on the show yelling, tripping out, calling names, accusing us of bullshit, and you can't even spell out the bullshit you're accusing us of.
I can't spell out. I can't spell out what?
You didn't even listen to me.
Well, no. You said fruits of something, which means nothing to me. Sayings mean nothing to me.
Slogans
and sayings mean nothing to me.
You're a fucking atheist.
I'm not an
and
atheist.
You got a problem because you think we're we believe in God even though we're not.
You love Joe Biden. You voted for Joe Biden. We know, Charlie, you love Joe Biden. So
I had to kick him again. I had enough of him.
I just can't believe people tripping
we
out.
know you voted for Joe Biden, Charlie. Okay.
He's lowering our vibration.
It's like people like that are like.
Was that Logan? Was that Logan? Guys in his voice? No, I'm just kidding. I miss Logan.
Well, to know them by their fruits.
Where's Logan, the psychic vampire?
Well, it's like your guys' fruits are that you bring knowledge.
We should come in and suck off of Charlie.
But Charlie doesn't bring knowledge. He brings evil and stench. Fucking,
and we can meet Logan and Charlie up.
Charlie's trying to punk people out because fucking he doesn't understand.
No, and I don't mean to put Logan in Charlie's category. Charlie, come on, man. Come on, dude.
It's like he couldn't even ask a question about what we were saying because he can't even repeat what we're saying because he didn't even comprehend any of it.
No, so do we have an official troll? Is the End of Days Radio big enough to get like an official troll, or is that some Democrat?
I mean, he can troll all he wants, but
sorry,
he's got nothing.
We're over the 4-hour mark. We got to bring it to a close. I know it's great right now, but
fantastic.
Let's say goodbyes. Todd,
we didn't even get to talk about all the rabbis and the Jewish guys that had.
We got to talk about tunnels.
That is insane. What is going on here? As they're blowing up people in tunnels, suddenly in New York, they're digging tunnels. We're finding the tunnels underground. What is going on here?
I mean, it could be a psyop of some kind.
That's about as weird as it gets. It's a psyop. It's
well,
like
I think the New World Order wants the mass public to hate Jewish people. And they're succeeding because there's a new anti-Semitic, and I'm not even one of those PC people that. But I mean, you can look up stuff on Twitter, and they're saying low key fucking racist ass shit. Like somebody they're doing what was that
reverse racism thing?
Well, they were hashtagging it with the first two letters mixed of racial slurs, and they were doing it against black people online, and they were doing it against Jews, and fucking there's all this new racism going on, and it's like, in the 90s that wasn't like this. It's fucking.
We're gonna have to call Biden the king of war, the war king, because he's gonna hold the record for the most number of wars as the United States finally deteriorates from not winning or caring to win.
King of sniffing little girls' hair.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he's powerful. That just means he gave in to the war pigs, which is about the grossest thing. He's not like a great knight fighting. He's more like a weak.
By the way, Todd is going to be. He's going to have his own segment on this show, kind of like Dr. Robert, and it's going to be called Edge of the Abyss. It's probably going to take place towards the end of the show, and he's going to have a lot of cool stuff planned to talk about. So if you love Todd, you're going to get plenty of Todd.
Just to give a preview or whatever, what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to do book reviews of some books that I think people may or may not be aware of that are influenced or have influenced our world that are going to blow people's minds. Like Dr. Robert's trying to break down mind control and how how it works and educate us there. I'm going to try to break down some history, a lot of what Clint Eastwood talks about. I want to do books like next Nesta Webster, Clint.
That's what I was going to mention.
Manly P. Hall, and I want to go into Masonic books I've read and break down this stuff and how it relates to the present, going back into you got to go back into the past to understand where you're at in the present.
Yeah.
This is a fact.
You got to understand.
If you do that, you will see how we've come to this point. And hopefully, with Daniel's grace, we can head off the end of the world on the End of Days Radio with that segment. I'm gonna do my best just to educate people on what the fuck's going on, like Clint's trying to do. All Clint does is bring his knowledge on here. Clint, will you work on a rap song? Like a End of Days rap song? I'll have Al or my cousin Eric send you a guitar tune Yeah, I'll have those guys. I'll send you their tune, and you put a rap over it, and then you send it
I
to
could put
Daniel.
another. I could put like a guitar solo in it too, or something.
No, we got guitarists, we got drummers. We'll just send you the song, and you rap over it, and then you send it to Daniel. How's that
I was
sound,
gonna
Daniel?
say that yeah, I could do that. But I was gonna say that Nasta Webster book, her writings, Nasta Webster, the World Revolution. That book talks about the complexity of the Illuminati
I have
conspiracy
that book.
and
I
how
read that book.
they started the communist and socialist Nazi movements
And the
fucking-
French Revolution, the
yeah,
reign
the
of
French Revolution, where they
the Illuminati really got crazy.
yeah, millions of people were slaughtered in the
30,000 people guillotined. I want to get into that stuff.
Yeah. Well, I think there was a previous one that happened in the city of Fez in Africa, where they say that 40,000 Christians were murdered by the people who were wearing the fez, and that the fez was that color before, but then the blood was so much that it ran in the streets, and they dipped their fez in it, and they say that's why the 30-second
Why that's why they use the red as their
the red fez, and that the red fez was worn by the Nazis as well, and that
sounds like those guys.
Yeah, it's like their secret societies are no joke with the, it's
definitely.
mafia.
If you think what you're seeing is just a accumulation of random circumstances, everything in our society, no, this has all been planned. Every color.
You remember that movie Blood In, Blood Out, the gang movie?
No, I don't remember that. Who's that?
It's like an 80s movie or something about gangs. But they say blood in, blood out. That's just the lowest form of a secret society is the gangs. The real ones have more. There's so many death penalties in Freemasonry where they say flat out.
Here's the thing, Clint. Yeah, and I'm gonna cut it short. I'm almost out of here. One of the things I want to do is break down the secret societies, and I want to go in depth on how the world is controlled by them, has been since the most primitive societies. Still today, all those techniques work. That's what Dr. Robert's talking about. I want to talk about all these secret societies and make this show even better. Daniel, thanks for putting on an incredible show. Letting Charlie come on here and offend Dr. Robert, especially.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Daniel, for putting this on. Thanks, Clint, for showing up. Dr. Robert, for putting on your presentation. Hey, we might be a little rusty right now, Charlie, but wait till this fucker takes off. It'll be the most interesting show you've ever heard in your life. We're working on it, right, Daniel?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we're kind of there in a way, but the audience that would be into this type of show, it's niche, but we've been growing so far, and it's just going to keep going. So why pick on the little guy that's getting shadow banned and shit like that? I mean, there's plenty of garbage out there that you can attack.
I think we gave Charlie as much time as you can give a person to what is it? What's your beef? What do you want to say?
If you I can't ask a specific question, that's just said.
He's not going to come back here. He'll go on to some like other show, and he'll he's going to spread his fame.
He sounds like a guy that just does that for fun. He's moving on to the next. She sounds like Ray Epps, the government guy that's getting. We have to go into the Capitol building. Get in there, yeah.
It's like there's a new type of troll. It's like these 4chan troll types that have developed this passion to abuse, and that they'll sit on 4chan and abuse someone until they fucking straight up kill themselves.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point.
You could find people that are so depressed that you catch them at just the right time and tell them they're a worthless piece of shit. They might kill them.
That'd be murder. Murder of like the third degree or fourth or something.
One thing we're starting to break down here that's very interesting, and believe me, End of Days Radio is going to get into it, is voodoo and the power of belief, and how you can kill people with your mind. You can be killed with mind control.
You remember that
voodoo societies, when the witch doctor pointed the bone at somebody in their society, he points the bone at them, that person would die. by themselves on their own.
You remember that
after
Leonard
the
Nimoy? That Leonard Nimoy about voodoo, that old TV show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that they show the dancing ceremonies and that Papa Lagoa, or I don't want to say the real name, but
Duvier, Papa Doc
like,
Duvier, that ran
top
Haiti.
thing that there's real occurrences of people
The
seeing
president of Haiti was
ghosts.
the head witch doctor.
Wait, what's
Did
that?
you know that? Up until 1978 or 79, the president of Haiti was the head witch doctor.
That's weird.
When their
There
government
was
was overthrown, his name was Papa Doc Duvier.
Yeah, well, he was being investigated by the KGB, and they made a voodoo. That witch doctor had a voodoo
movie.
doll of some KGB guy or some shit.
They made a movie about it, The Serpent and the Rainbow. How about how he kept people's souls in jars? The president of Haiti kept people's souls in jars because they.
Well, it reminds me of you remember the X-Files with the lieutenant colonel or whatever who had the faces in the chest, and that he was practicing voodoo at some chicken factory or something, and they were all cannibals. And fucking,
I don't know if I remember that one.
You don't remember that episode of the X-Files?
There were so many great ones. Yeah, how do I remember? How do I forget that one? Yeah,
that X-Files
People are always like killing
yeah.
animals and tearing them up and eating them raw.
Well, there was that one. You remember that video of the dude who had the nail scar in his face because he was a voodoo victim? I think that was on a Leonard Nimoy thing. He was in the coffin, and it was this dude from Haiti or some shit, and he was in the coffin, and they nailed the coffin shut, and the nail went through his cheek because the voodoo priest gave the guy I don't remember
seeing that. Your point is
the priest gave him pufferfish venom, knocked his heartbeat down to 3 beats per minute, and then they buried the guy. And
they made a movie, The Serpent and the Rainbow, where they
that's why I was bringing it up because
that's what you're talking about. That one, they made a movie, Serpent and the Rainbow.
Well, the medicine of it
was. Hold on, guys. This is fascinating, but we're going on again. I gotta get.
No, my sentence is almost over.
Gotta go.
They were using the pufferfish to knock them out and slow their heartbeat, and then the datura just to keep them in a trance, and they would just keep feeding them daily datura, and then they would slave them out, work them like slaves, and that's what that one guy in the Leonard Nimoy thing, the scar in his face where he was a zombie, and that they brought him back. He somehow escaped the plantation or something, and fucking.
No, there's a true story of a person that was found 20 or 30 years later that escaped a plantation that.
Yeah,
has been proven that he was a zombie. I mean, so that's a proven thing. It's real.
Yeah, that video is crazy.
Yeah. There's also different kinds of vampires. Like there's the type that are on the astral plane, and then you have the more zombie kind that actually rise from the dead.
Oh yeah. Moroi. You remember that Strange show?
If you go into magic, some of the most powerful systems in the world are voodoo. Even Western magical traditions pale in comparison to how potent.
It's the same stuff, really. Like the
stuff, but a little
Western
different.
European witchcraft is the same.
The reason voodoo is more powerful is because it's closer. It's more animistic to nature. They're actually sacrificing creatures.
Yeah, the high priests of the mystery schools all believed that the greater mysteries were found in the most ancient or primitive cultures. And the Viking lore, the voodoo lore, the Native American lore, those were all held really high with the secret societies because of their comparative religious studies.
Yeah, and I will end with this. Thank you, Daniel, for putting on a great show tonight. The secret societies use, the modern ones. They use the primitive techniques. They refine them.
Oh, yeah,
if you go back and look at the primitive techniques of mind control that have been used, they're available if you go look at these islands. That's what the modern ones use, but they're more refined. And thank you for a great show, Daniel and Clint, and everybody that showed up here except for Charlie. I'll talk to you later, Daniel. Thank you, buddy.
Absolutely. Thank you, Todd. It's a pleasure as always. Clint, you have the main stage. Please conclude, my friend.
Oh yeah. I mean, what's interesting though is how there's so many movies that have things that have the Illuminati stuff in it, like that. You remember that Snowpiercer movie where the highest guy in the poor section of the train at the end of the movie, he met up with the front guy and they were friends, and that they were in the same group, and that they had a kid that was the machine part that was holding a position on this symbolic train that kept going. And fucking, it's like the secret societies, each person is like a gear in this train, this symbolic train that fucking keeps going, that fucking it's like a culture run out of control with this insane religion that fucking has taken over the world. I mean, to sum it up, I mean, we hit the 420 mark, so
yeah. No, it's I'm trying to like have a new rule of not going over like 4.5 hours. Like 3.5 to 4.5 seems to be the sweet spot. But Clint, you're the man. Everybody loves listening to you, and I appreciate you coming on.
Oh yeah. The Vans logo was in the calculator. It was the square root sign with the VAN, and then that made the number 420. And they said that's why
I know that.
Vans did that. Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
It originates at Berkeley. They would it was code to go smoke weed.
Yeah, I love that. I think we should do 4 hours and 20 minutes for every show.
Oh yeah. Well, technically, the one of the Hebrew names of God was a 42-letter name. I'm pretty sure. Or I know there's a 4-letter one, 112-letter one, 72-letter one, and then a 72-letter one. Are you familiar with those, or?
I'm pretty high right now. You're doing math.
Oh, like in the old the Hebrew, but in the Greek New Testament, that system didn't carry on, and the Greeks made a new number system. And they had their own thing where I think the number for Jesus Christos was like 1280 or something. But like their gematria was different in the New Testament than the Old Testament. But they seem to have discovered what the Hebrews were doing, and then the math of it, where one of the guys from the Bible, he was an adept of that mathematician. Damn it, I can't think of the name right now because I'm pretty buzzed. But it's like, why was this Bible guy?
Pythagoras? I don't know.
Oh, damn it! It was one of the main guys. I did have a book.
A lot of the people that wrote the Bible were like scholars. They were scribes, so they were really well educated and intelligent.
Yeah, and I think that there really is I've been studying it for like 20 years. The number system and fucking the symbols in their in their secret religion that was in the Bible through the numbers. It's crazy.
Numerology goes deep. There's whole books written on it, like not just a few, like hundreds and maybe thousands.
Oh yeah,
hundreds of thousands.
It's like, then on top of that, knowing the numerology and shit, and then seeing the Carl Monk, the code video where he goes over these ancient number systems and stuff. And
like even in the Sumerian stuff that I got really into, all the gods have like a different number. Like Anu has the highest number, and then Enlil has the next highest, and then Enki has the next highest. Like they literally have numerical ranks.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah, because the Greeks did that too with their deities that had spears with different numbers of points. there's definitely a Babylonian system that was incredibly advanced, where their mathematics, it's like Zechariah Ascension's work. You know, he said that he didn't get the translations from one book, that he made them through reading thousands of books, and that when you do archaeology studies, you'll find that you'll find all these, there'll be like 3 different opinions, and then you got to sit there and like trace down, dig through all these books, and fucking by the time you end up finding, you know, the oldest opinion, which usually seems to be the most accurate, you know, it paints like a weird different picture of what, you know, the Greek Bible particularly, or the Hebrew Bible is. You know, it's like a wormhole. It's like they were it's just like the Freemasons say, where they don't even know what their symbols and handshakes, all that stuff, they don't even know where it came from. They just keep passing it down, and that the system's been hijacked by the Roman system of Mithraic Illuminists, you know, who fucking, you know, if you go to the Vatican, there's a straight up Mithra temple right underneath the Vatican, you know.
I think that history is, I wouldn't say that it's in any way clear, but I think that the idea of the gods or aliens or whoever you want to put it coming down here and advancing like monkeys or apes, or maybe we were just created outright, who knows, but whatever way that we were, you know, turned into humans and put in the Garden of Eden, I think it all goes back to then, because they say that like in the Garden of Eden there was Samael and there was Lilith and then there was Cain, and they say that it all goes back to that.
Yeah, it was all equivalence, in that, yeah, that system of the whole coordinate number system, where a lot of the ancient sites are on ley lines, and that they line up with other sites, and that there are a certain number of Egyptian miles away from each other, you know. And you know, it's like DC was built in the Egyptian mile, where each main thing is on a flower of life pattern that's exactly 8/7 mile of apart, 8/7 of a mile, which is an Egyptian mile. You know, it's like if you, with Karl Monk's stuff on the code, it's like if you make the Great Pyramid the prime meridian, and then you use this ancient coordinate system based off pi and phi and multiples of it, you know, there's this ancient ley line system of all these temples that have geometric proportions and mathematical sequences that, you know, lead to other temples. And that, you know, it's a really crazy video, because, you know, you're watching this video about all this math and shit and all these coordinates of all these like mounds and Aztec pyramids and the Great Pyramids and all the, you know, all these places. And then at the end of the video, the dude claims that he was abducted or something. There's some video that was made where he claims he was abducted or something and went to another planet. I mean, it's just crazy.
Well, I think
like,
this gets into the realm of like Blavatsky and Hidden Masters, or the Nine, like we've talked about, or maybe some other source like the Watchers in the Book of Enoch, of knowledge being passed to humankind, and there being destructions and resets, and then having to give the knowledge back to mankind because they lost it all. I definitely see something like that taking place.
Oh yeah. Well, it's yeah, it's weird that they would make so many movies that are like, you know, end of times type, or, you know, the whole dystopian theme, you know, the color shading of the movies, the main theme of it, you know, and like, you know, when I seen that Batman with Bane, you know, in those trials, that shit was scary, because fucking that was some straight up Illuminati, Russian, French trials shit that they were pulling, you know, the same shit the KKK was doing and shit, trials, fucking, you know, voting to kill people, you know, that's straight up what they were doing.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm starting to gas. My energy drink is wearing off. So Clint,
Oh yeah.
Any last words before we let you go?
Just shout out to the books. Nasta Webster, World Revolution. She has a couple other books. You can find Illuminati in the 68th Convocation of the Rosicrucian Order book, which talks about the Illuminati and the 6 points, the 6 secret societies, that were involved in, this great enterprise Colombian faction. Like that quote of Cooper about the spaceship names. This Colombian enterprise, Columbia Pictures, Columbia Broadcasting, there's so many, Columbia University, like George Maxwell, he names off all these Columbias. He's talking about the Illuminati and his uncles and stuff who were judges and all this Illuminati mafia shit. And it all goes to this goddess type worship of Columbia, which can be traced to like Astarte, which there's a Babylonian equivalent or Greek equivalent. But this ancient system of comparative religion was used by these secret societies of ancient times, and they were termed mystery schools, one in Greece, one in Egypt. Like Plato was initiated to one of these mystery schools and learned the mathematics. He wasn't the founder of those mathematical principles. He simply was taught them by a mystery school in Egypt.
Yeah, by the leftovers from Atlantean knowledge, I'm sure, because the Egyptians, the story goes that, of Plato and all that, and them telling him, him going to Egypt, they're like, you Greeks, you don't know shit. You're infants compared to us. We have the real ancient knowledge. And he's like, yeah, you guys are right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like I think there is a real archaeological Atlantis, like that Rakat structure research, the 3 interrings with the old freshwater spring in the center, just like the Plato description. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that one.
Not specifically.
Basically, it shows that the middle of Africa was flooded, and that this region, there was a real Atlantis, and that there were this certain black people in Africa, and that I mean, some people speculate that the Kemet culture came from the Atlantis culture, and that
I mean, that's one way of looking at it. Like, I mean, that could very well be true. That's a good theory, in my opinion. But another one is that they were just the sons of Noah, and after civilization was restarted, one of his sons went to Egypt and started the culture there, and his other sons started other cultures.
Well, there was evidence in the Bible about it kind of reminds me of something that dude was saying about the Nephilim or whatever earlier, but about the in the Noah story, when the land dried up, he said there was other people or something, and one of the references, saying that there was other people that made it, and they were possibly not, I'm pretty sure there was something about the lineage of Samuel or some shit. Yeah, and like it's like the what's crazy though is, I don't have any religion, and the whole Noah's Ark thing, where like when I was really sick like 4 years ago, and fucking I kept researching this Noah shit, and fucking there was a boat that was found lower on the mountain that had metal in it, and that wasn't the boat. That the real boat was documented in these 1800s books, late 1800s, about a ship on Mount Ararat, and then later by this Chinese expedition that went to Mount Ararat and filmed. You can find the video on YouTube too. They filmed a boat that was still in shape with steps carved out of huge logs and places for cattle and shit, and ancient timbers that were all like pine hewn and shit. And for them to find that on top of a mountain is crazy.
Yeah, that's the Caucasus Mountains, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the some people claim Mount Ararat was a different mountain or something, or I can't remember if that was the Sinai argument, because there was an argument about Mount Sinai, and I'm pretty sure there might have been one about Mount Ararat, which one it actually was.
And there's also one about Mount Meru that's supposedly in the North Pole. Sorry.
Huh. Yeah, I think
that's
definitely
getting into like hollow earth and flat earth type of mythology.
That's one of the first things I ever kind of like chewed into, like 15 or 16 years ago.
Are you talking about Mount Meru?
The some kind of like inner earth conspiracy about like pilots writing that they flew into Antarctica and some kind of massive tunnel or cave, and like there's a conspiracy about the satellite images of Antarctica where you can see that it's a texture map.
Yeah, it's either way. Like if you believe hollow earth or flat earth, I think there is some point you can reach in the Antarctic where you just sort of keep going and you don't know where the fuck you're at. You're just in some kind of lost world.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, there's the Hopi believe there was an underground civilization, and so did a lot of other Native Americans, and even the Irish. According to the Irish lore and the Scottish lore, there was something that they drove back into the caves.
Yeah,
countless videos
of bug people or something like that.
Oh yeah, all the videos of stuff coming out of the caves and shit, and like the mountains. I don't know if you've seen those on YouTube.
All that stuff is still down there. There's all kinds of stuff down there, and it goes back again to Blavatsky and the idea of like hidden masters that are in the hollow earth. I mean, I don't know if that's what she said specifically, but if you go into all those like crazy beliefs that Nazis had, and those old pagan beliefs and stuff like that, there's definitely a whole like hollow earth thing going on, and those are the guys that every so often they fly UFOs around, or they send us technology. Those are probably the fucking giants or something down there, or reptilians, or who the fuck knows.
Well, I don't remember the name of the culture, but Blavatsky went with some other dude, some colonel or some shit, to the Shangri-La entrance supposedly, and that they supposedly they claim that the occultists claim that there was multiple entrances around the world. Like Shangri-La was one. Like I can't remember if they claimed Avalon was one. And then like I think there was a Native American myth about the Mammoth Caves, and that like the Mayans had every Mayan pyramid was directly over cenote, which was a giant underground water cave. And they were massive collections of mercury. That's what's weird. The Mayans and the Aztecs and the Chinese. I'm pretty sure that one Chinese mummy was mummified in mercury.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
but I think that like whatever culture is down there are ways to get through. It might be like an astral thing. I think that's something that you see repeated a lot too. Like you go onto the astral plane, and then you just go into the center of the earth, and then there's a civilization, but it's also kind of in a higher dimension too. But I don't know about that, because I think either both could be true, or there's definitely some monstrous ass shit going on underneath us. I can say that with certainty.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Hindu and I don't remember which Native American tribe, or there might have been multiple, but they had old diagrams of some sort of inner earth thing that was happening, and with like structures and like levels to it or something, or some of them claim there was some type of a light source, or really bizarre stuff. Like some people claim that movie what's that movie they remade like 10 years ago? It was like a comedy in the remake.
Land of the Lost.
Yeah, I think that was it. Some people claim that was some type of a psyops, to cover up some kind of weird shit that they were doing.
Well, if there are like Nephilim down there, the reptilians that live in the earth could just be their offspring, because their offspring, it would be something like that, like different genetic lines. So they don't necessarily have to be aliens. They could just be, beings that you could say are pre-Adamic, or you could say that they're like Nephilim hybrids that survived in the earth because of the flood.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, theoretically, I mean, bugs or dinosaurs or certain type of the oldest species would be the most likely to have evolved into some type of species that would be unseen or could mimic. It's like there's so many cultural stories of supernatural entities that would eat people, or all sorts of weird shit. They would feed them, like in the Old Testament they fed Jehovah, and fucking Jehovah, they claimed it was a dragon in the Old Testament. They were feeding it goats. They had like a tent near it. They would meet up with it and feed it a bunch of goats. It's crazy.
It sounds like some good times.
Because it seems like Jehovah was a different god than Adonai, and that Adonai was the god of the north, and that the secret societies of modern times, and the Masons, and even the ancient one of the Native American tribes, that there was no light in the north according to them, and that they particularly paid tribute to the Eastern Crux, which was Cygnus, and the Western Crux, which was damn it, I don't remember the other one. And then there was a Southern Crux too, but then they were like, no, fuck the Northern Crux. And there's a weird mystery to that with the ancient religions. But like in the modern Masonic Lodge, there's an altar, and the symbol of it is a candle or a pillar on the left, or the west, and then the east, and then the south, but not one towards the north. And they say that it was because of the god Adonai was in the north, and that the Luciferian lore was about the fake god wanting to be at the seat of the north, but it couldn't. I mean, the lore is really crazy in depth. I mean, like for somebody to say that the Bible is stupid, it's like a personal insult, because to study it for so long, and I'm not even religious, but I've studied it for like since I was a little kid. All the weird shit about it. I mean, there's so much rabbit hole, crazy ancient religion type shit that it's like Jordan Maxwell says, the greatest story ever told, with archaeological proof.
Definitely. But Clint, unfortunately, we do need to bring this to a close. So I definitely thank you for joining us tonight. You were insightful as always, and I will talk to you next time, buddy.
Oh yeah, later.
Thank you, Clint. Wow, what a great show. My God, we're getting close to that 5-hour mark. And I'm going to just kind of blow through things because we really need to draw this to a close. Go to endofdaysradio.com. Please donate to the show. Help me keep the lights on and the servers up. And thank you to everybody who has donated in the past. As far as sports, I'll keep it brief. I find that Aaron Rodgers versus Jimmy Kimmel little feud to be hilarious. I don't know if the names coming out in these Epstein lists are all pedophiles, or if this is just some kind of psyop or way to distract us or make people who believe in these things look ridiculous. But I find the little feud to be hilarious, and I hope it continues. And good for Aaron Rodgers for sticking up for the truth community. It's about time somebody with some degree of fame kind of had our backs. I hope that he's legit. And as far as Charlie goes, wow, interesting caller. Now, I don't think that this type of show is really what Charlie would normally listen to. I think that he probably looks around for shows that you can call into or have any sort of audience. I'm sure he's never heard this show more than one time. Right? He told us what happened. He found the show. It was recommended to him and he ended up joining in, but I'm going to kind of answer his a challenge. I mean, he's asking why I don't sit there like a little dictator and say, "Quiet, you can speak." No, quiet, you can speak. That's not this show. This show is free form and free flowing. It is a place where we can put our heads together and get some real answers. It's a court. It's an assembly. And sometimes when you have an assembly, everybody has something to say at once, but you just got to let things fall into a groove and not sit there and complain because everybody knows that this wouldn't be your type of show anyways, and these topics are not interesting to you. So don't come in here and tell us to shut up, and don't say that we're crazy because we've all heard that stuff already many times. We all know that the general population thinks that we're crazy. We're okay with that. We would rather know truth and have some legitimate insights and some legitimate answers than sit there and worry about who's going to win this football game. Although I do watch football, bad analogy. Or how about, what do most people care about? Stupid shit. What the neighbors are doing, when I'm going to go and get drunk, when I'm going to get laid. Uh, that's not our level of thinking here. We are spiritualists. We are intellectuals and historians. We are here to have brains, and your insults mean nothing to us because we've already heard it all. But Clint, at the same time, I do appreciate you calling. I think it's about time we had a little bit of drama on this show. I think it could definitely be a good thing as long as we don't let it dominate the greater conversation that we're having here. I appreciate anybody calling in or taking part. I think it was a great show tonight. I think that was a perfect example of what a good show has. It has everything. But I hope at the same time that everybody out there understands that while this show might be a little chaotic at times, the amount of secrets, insights, sacred knowledge that is released on this show on a weekly basis, there is no comparison anywhere. This is for the deepest of the deep, the most hardest of the core, for the people that are obsessed with this sort of thing, right? If you're still at the level of, watching some InfoWars here and there, that's not really where we're at on this show. We're like, that's something that we got into initially, but now we're even more aware than that. We're 5 levels deep, and it's going to sound like another language to people that haven't even gotten the introductory lessons yet. And I can't sit here and just tell you guys the same thing again and again. This isn't your 8th grade history class. So we just keep digging, and we dig and we dig and we dig, and we get more and more great information on this show. And it can be scary at times. Sometimes we're dealing with things that are alien or demonic or mysterious, things that are parasitic. But I would rather have the knowledge and understanding of how we can protect ourselves from these things. And acknowledging that they exist is the first step, rather than being fearful and preferring to believe that if I don't believe in something, then it doesn't exist. Therefore, I don't need to be afraid of it. I would rather acknowledge the existence of these things and still be fearless. But I'm not going to keep going on and on. I appreciate you guys listening. I'm very tired. Without this energy drink, I would not be able to do a 5-hour show. But I hope you appreciate the content. I know I made some big promises, and although I do work over 50 hours a week, I'm still doing my best to come through on them. So if you enjoy this show, please listen to the live show, subscribe on YouTube, and join us on Fridays around 3 p.m. And you can hop on the panel just like Charlie did, and you can tell us what you think, whether it's positive or negative. Because this show is about freedom. It is about consciousness. It is about the supernatural and the preternatural. And it's all about you. This is an interactive reality show where we deep dive every week. It's not your average podcast. We're way beyond that. We're not even a podcast. This is a live stream. And I don't care if there's 2 people listening. I don't care if there's 2,000 people listening. We're going to keep showing up. We're going to keep putting on the best damn show possible, because that's just what we do. Thank you, everybody. I'm signing out. I am signing out from these pitiful, dusty, broken ruins, these charred remains, these skeletons of my past that surround me. I'm signing out, and I'm wishing you a great week. We will be back, and we will be back. Don't stop listening. We're just going to keep coming at you. This is Daniel, End of Days Radio, signing out from the Broken Ruins. Love you guys.